So good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen. Mwaramtseneza, bonjour à tous. Habari za asubuhi kwa wale wanaoongea Kiswahili. It is my pleasure to welcome you all back to the second day of the Microfinance Tech Summit. My name is Diana Idiza, and I'm happy to be your host and MC once again. Yesterday was quite an eventful day. We had a variety of activities, panel discussions, keynote speeches, exhibitions from various companies and our sponsors. I would like to remind you all that the exhibition is still going on, so please, every once in a while, take some time to head over there and interact with the exhibitors. So yesterday's event kicked off with welcoming remarks from our guest of honor, that is the governor of the National Bank of Rwanda, Honorable Governor John Rwangombwa, and then we proceeded with various presentations. We also had a very exciting panel discussion on microfinance on cloud. We had another very exciting and engaging panel discussion on women in finance, the impact of technology on microfinance, especially for women. So I hope you all got to enjoy these talks and discussions. And just to let you know, we have a very exciting day planned for you. We're also expecting the attendance of the Minister of ICT and Innovation later on today. She will be participating in the conference. She will also share a speech with us. All right, so allow me to kick off today's program by welcoming the very first presentation to the stage. Our very first presentation will be on maximizing SACCO's potential, leveraging Apex, and it will be conducted by Godwin Salira from DSIK, Tanzania. May we all please give him a round of applause as he walks up to the stage for his presentation.
Good morning, everyone. While we're waiting for the device and the pointer for my presentation, I'm delighted to be here today with you all. My name is Godwin Salira from Tanzania. I'm working for DSEK, German Sparkassen Stiftung, Eastern Africa. I'm based in Dar es Salaam, Tanzania, but of course I cover activities in the Eastern Africa, whereby Tanzania, Kenya, Burundi, Rwanda, all covered, and Uganda as well. I'm here to present the topic on maximizing SACCO potential by leveraging Apex organization in Tanzania. This is for the acquisition of core banking system and implementation of the same. My case study is on the Apex organization for Tanzania, which is SCALT. Okay. I'll be covering about, of course, me, that's already done, and then the DSEK a little bit. I'll also cover about the Apex organization, the SCALT, in this context. I'll talk about the major challenges of which SACCOs are facing. Also, I'll mention the needs of why should we be having a core banking system for the SACCOs operation, and of course the challenges attained into acquiring the core banking system and the implementation of it. Also, I'll mention the initiatives done by SCALT, which is the APEC organization for the SACCOs in Tanzania, and what have they done between the years of 2020 to 2022. Of course, there's no success without any challenges. I'll also mention the challenges which SCALT are facing as an APEX organization, but at the same time, what is in the future and what are the SACCOs should expect for the future to come. DSEK, of course, the short form of German Sparkassen Stiftung, is an NGO started in Germany, was established in Germany 1992, which was aimed to strengthen the financial services, of course, aiming for the low income and middle income earners, targeting to improve economic and social condition, of course, with emphasis of savings mobilization. DSEK offices all over around the world, of course, as I mentioned earlier, in Eastern Africa, then Tanzania, Kenya, Uganda, Burundi, and Rwanda. How does the DSAK operate? Of course, the mode of operates, it conducts activities in collaboration with the stakeholders, especially in small financial institutions. In Tanzania, DSAK was established in 2012. Of course, in two sections whereby it provides financial education for small businesses and farmers, and also facilitating financial literacy for the adults and, of course, students. And the second side was strengthening of small microfinances institution for the capacity building, of course, in helping them in experts in terms of ICT, governance, trainings in accounting and credit management and stuff like that one. Of course, there were other tailor-made trainings whereby in case the SACCOS or Apex organization requests one, then we design something for them. The biggest partner of DSAK Tanzania, of course, is SCALT, the Apex organization for SACCOS in Tanzania, while other partners including TCDC, who is the regulator, is the Tanzania Cooperative Development Commission, of course, Self Microfinance Fund was one of another partner. I'll mention a bit about, of course, the Apex. I know you're all aware what is Apex, but just touch a little bit on what Apex are doing or is doing in Tanzania in general. Apex is a Savings and Credit Union League of Tanzania. That's the SCALT in short form. It's an umbrella organization for Tanzania SACCOS which aim to promote low-cost financial services addressing sustainability agenda of developing viable SACCOS which actually can penetrate the market and assist the ones who are in the rural areas. Of course, SCALT, just like any other financial institution, is regulated by TCDC. TCDC is the Commission for Cooperatives in Tanzania, which has been given a mandate by the BOT or the Central Bank of Tanzania to actually regulate SACCOS, including other cooperatives. Of course, SCALT works to support achievement of objective servicing, including presentation of various areas within and outside the country. I mean, in case the SACCOS, let's say SACCOS in Tanzania, they want to come here or do any activities in Eastern Africa, they will have to come with a representative that is SCALT, at least into the national level. What other task of SCALT? To actually collaborate with other partners or let's say stakeholders in the industry, or of course provide grounds for sharing experience within the SACCOS, conduct training. Of course, they also assist them in negotiating the prices or any kind of deal outside or within the space of microfinance and SACCOS in general. But also SCALT issues loans, quick loans for the SACCOS which have liquidity issues in case they arise. About the SACCOS, the objective of SACCOS in Tanzania. I understand this might be general for everywhere around developing world or developing countries, but specifically in Tanzania, SACCOS were established to encourage and enable savings, and of course to give them other financial services like loan or insurances, and also to use that as a wagon for the wealth creation for low-income earners. It also, SACCOS also plays an important role in promoting financial inclusion in Tanzania, like in any other many countries, but also provide financial service to low-income individuals who, of course, did not have the service in the mainstream financial systems like commercial banks. Why establishing the SACCOS? Of course, that's what I mentioned before. What are the major challenges? Often SACCOS it's common almost in everywhere. We suffer resources, of course, insufficient technology, lack of expertise, management of financial systems. Nevertheless, these challenges need to be addressed, and due to the complaints around the industry, SCALT is situated in a location whereby it can save or can assist the SACCOS to actually operate well within the spectrum. In terms of coverage, I'll of course cover and highlight a little bit about why do we need the CBS and what are the challenges the SACCOS are facing in that area, in the acquisition and implementation. Therefore, I will also talk about a little bit about what SCALT has done in the space of 2020 to 2022 to assist the SACCOs actually to achieve that endeavor. Benefits for acquiring CBS. Of course, CBS, core banking system, that's how most people refer to, but in Tanzania, at least we are trying to say core SACCOs system to specifically address the SACCOs environment. This helps SACCOs, of course, to manage their financial transaction, customer data, and other banking operation. Of course, it's a tool for risk management, compliance, reporting, and controls for revenue leakages. Where I'm from, they say penye wezi, penye hela panawezi. That means where there's money, there are thieves. So we use tools like systems to make sure that we control the leakages, whereby you force everybody to collect every penny and to report any penny collected of course, by the SACCO. And then another benefits include increasing efficiency. Of course, this is very common. Automated processes, reducing manual work, allow SACCOs to have more customers. Of course, that is also introducing tailor-made products for the specific type of customer. Yesterday, we had covered about women. Probably this will be one of the benefits around it, but also to get the insight of what is happening in the operation, that to get the data insight through the analytics. It's also provide the real-time data to help SACCOs make the quick decisions, and of course, in terms of risk management and investment. Outcries. Why was it important for scouts to engage themselves or to put efforts on acquisition and implementation of the CBS? This was most based on the outcry from the SACCOs themselves. There was a lot of dissatisfaction of members of the SACCOs, and of course the SACCOs themselves, on the service they received from the vendor in terms of system features, the capabilities, the pricing, the supporting they get. It does not match what they actually pay for and what they do they expect to get from this service provider. So in spite of having a lot of CBS in the country, which are ranging about 30 plus right now, but still there's still a lot of complaints. And in this factor, SCOUT decided, as an Apex organization, decided to take charges and make sure that they address this matter and see if they can improve the environment and make it more profitable for SACCOs to actually attain to acquire the CBS. Challenges. I'll do the quick matching of what are the challenges do the SACCO face, and of course with initiatives from SCOUT. It doesn't make any sense SCOUT just to attack the whole spectrum of CBS implementation without actually addressing what is on the ground. And in this area, CBS selection was one of the main issues which comes out many times. SACCOs as small entities, they do not have expertise to go around and start analyzing, assessing, and then benchmarking what do they need in terms of the features, and then with the prices becomes so much effort required for them. So what happened to the SCOUT? SCOUT decided to do this vendor assessment for them and then prepare the guideline of which SACCOs will use actually to do a simple first level assessment of these systems before they even acquire or they get into contract with them. Of course, the second thing will be to match up the needs and, of course, the tools available in the market. So, like I said earlier, SCOUT designed the guideline for its member SACCOs to use it to assess the CBS, at least in the first level, and the assessment of the vendor themselves. We have put these two different documents together. Why? Because when you assess the CBS as the system, you assess the features, maybe the security issues and the technology behind it. But at the same time, some CBS, they do fail just because of the vendor performance. This can be, let's say, change in focus. At the times, we find out the certain vendor comes into the business with the idea of selling the software. But eventually, they realize there's another good business, let's say insurance part. And then he changes focus from supporting the CBS or the systems into the selling of the policies in terms of insurance. End of the day, they lack support, they lack focus. In terms of some changes when it comes to those systems, they're not well managed because the focus of the vendor has changed. So to make it successful, it's better that you have to access the both of them to make sure that you have the close matching of the two. Also, Scouts provide expert support for, of course, the assessment of the CBS, but also project management when it comes to implementation of these systems. They also play part in negotiation and contract signing, just in case to make sure that the SACCOs they don't get into the contracts which are not very viable for them, or maybe very expensive for them to execute. Lack of technical expertise, I've mentioned this before. They have the SACCOs, they have a free project management from SCALT for the CBS. And of course, last more thing is limited infrastructure and high implementation costs. SCALT, meanwhile, is working to partner with other service providers in terms of hardware, softwares, and other related costs. Nevertheless, if I mentioned earlier that the CBS project management and other experts have been covered by, of course, stakeholders around SCALT, which is the SAK is one of them. With all those challenges and initiatives, I'll go to a little bit what happened with the SCALT activity since 2012 in terms of the CBS. Due to that engagement and a cry from its member, SCALT advised the regulator, the TCDC, to actually assess and license the CBS providers before they get into the market. Of course, this was a hard push. TCDC did agree but did not agree at the same time, meaning they started issuing licenses, but they couldn't assess them in terms of features and functions of the system. So what they did in a legal part, whereby, oh, is this company registered? Do they have rights to use these tools in terms of, let's say they're using Microsoft tools, do they have a license on this? It's just a basic legal side, whereby they don't help that much when it comes to actual usage of the system. Nevertheless, in the year 2020, core systems which were licensed, there were 5. Out of over 15, 20 by then. And then 2021, 9 CBS were licensed. And then in 2022, that was last year, only 7 CBS were licensed. This effort had its positive as well. One of them is actually to slow down the influx of new mediocre softwares. Before, they were like everybody comes in with any small software, puts in the market, rip off some people there in terms of cooperative, then vanishes away. That one is hardly happening right now because people tend to fear what the regulator and the government would say about that one. So this is one of the positive initiatives from Apex, of course. The second one was because TCDC, the regulator, couldn't conduct the actual assessment. So what happened is that SCALT, of course, with collaboration with other stakeholders, they decided to take matters on their hands once again to assess these vendors. So in 2020, SCALT was able to assess 5 CBS. That means the whole 5 registered were assessed in 2020, of which only 2 were able to be selected to go into use for its members. So SCALT, what they usually do, once they find the one which are the no-go software, they advise their members not to use those platforms. And in case maybe there's any of the members who's already into that platform, they advise them otherwise, or how to adjust a little bit. They even went further to advise the developer or the vendors to adjust and improve their systems, because it usually brings the impact when it comes to operations in SACCOs in the country. And in 2021, there were only 5 CBS assessed. 4 they opted out because it was not a must. It's not by legally required for them to be assessed, but it's just for the use when it comes to SCALT members. So only 5 were assessed and only 3 were selected. In 2022, that is last year, 5 of them were assessed and only 4 were, of course, chosen. So 4 SACCOs as we speak, 4 CBS as we speak are the ones which can be recommended to SCALT members. Bear in mind that Tanzania doesn't have only SACCOs who are members for SCALT, but there are other SACCOs who are not members for SCALT. So other CBS might be serving other members. Specifics of initiatives, these I mentioned before. SCALT promotes the selection deemed best to these members. After assessment, of course, they go and recommend these CBS solutions to their member. SCALT, they negotiate prices on behalf, of course, during the contract as well, the signing with the service provider. Of course, they work jointly with the CBS and the CBS project to ensure the successful implementation of the systems. These alleviate the problems which we earlier mentioned. And of course, SCALT acts as a first line of support for the SACCOs. It's sometimes very difficult for SACCOs to contact the service provider in terms of the terms used, the technology and stuff like that one. These employees from the SACCO, sometimes they couldn't express themselves in actual problem they're facing. So SCALT, they act as the bridge from the SACCO point of view to the developer in the middle of the first line support. Other initiatives in 2021, of course, SCALT, sorry, I forgot about the slides. In 2021, of course, SCALT developed a document, system requirement specification, of which described the content of what the ideal SACCO system should look like. In this area, they mentioned stuff like member management, contribution, that means of savings, deposits, and stuff like that one. Then loan modules, and then, of course, things which were like regulated, like fixed assets registers and payrolls, stuff like that one. And then, excuse me, they also describe the type of report which are required to be in the system or to be generated towards the course of operation, like regulatory reports, performance reports, and other listing reports. So that document was circulated to SCALT members, of course, for them to pin down the service provider who actually either share the system with them or they come to do the sales on the systems. And then, of course, in 2012, that's early this year, the regulator realized the use of the system requirement document, so they adopted the document, take it through the government procedures to circulate it as the guideline for all the SACCOs to use it as the base of their system. Nevertheless, for the developers and service provider to make sure they comply with that document before they enter the markets. Of course, all the above effort, they didn't go unnoticed. There was a huge shift, of course. In 2020, SCALT had only 38 members, and only 22 of its member SACCOs, they were using CBS or either in the middle of the implementation of the CBS. And 16, they were nowhere in the process to have the CBS or even not using. They're still using papers and pens. Of course, in 2021, 87, of course, this got the traction from what the efforts has been done by SCALT. It drove more members from actually 38 to 87. There was a huge jump there. Of course, COVID helped out because people couldn't work physically. They had to go offline. They had to jump on the systems. But as well, you can see the numbers of the SACCOs using or implementing, they went to 43. Of course, because new members went in without systems and they were not in plan to have the CBS anytime soon, but they were forced to do that with the situation. 44 members had no plans whatsoever. But then January 2022, SCALT had 112 SACCOs as members, and then 91 SACCOs were using the CBS and other were in the middle of the project, whereby only 21 members had nowhere in terms of CBS. In June 2022, SCALT had 143 members, and 100 SACCOs were using CBS or in the implementation stages, and only 43. And as we closed the year, last year, December 2022, 157 members for SCALT, and of course 137, these are the members who are using the CBS or in the middle of implementation of the CBS, and only 20 remaining. Of course, this is a run whereby More members are joining in because they see the benefits to be in Apex organization as the members. Of course, to leverage what is available there in Apex organization. At the same time, more people are joining in to get these technologies available. The next slide will be challenges. Like I said earlier, there's no success without challenges. Scout has been facing a lot of challenges when assisting these SACCOs to acquire the CBS. The first one would be to identify and select appropriate CBS. I said earlier that the SACCOs had challenges in identifying because they didn't have expertise. For the case of Scout, they had expertise. Of course, they get support from other stakeholders. Same time I mentioned about the focus change. You select somebody, you assess somebody, the system is good, he himself is well managed, well organized, comes into the market, you give him a job of 50 SACCOs to digitalize, but they change focus on the run, or maybe there's no proper profitability from them, they shut down, you are in trouble. So this is one of the challenges. The second one was providing training, because in Tanzania, SACCOs are dispersed everywhere around the country, and for now, Scout has a main office in Dar es Salaam, which is at the corner of the country, and then the rest of the country, they have only zone offices, like 5 or 10. In the country, over 30 regions, that's not enough, so sometimes it costs more in terms of attending these members. So higher costs. And because, if I mentioned earlier, the Scout is trying to provide services to the low-income earners, precisely SACCOs, so you cannot just spike up the cost in terms of charging them, just because you have higher running costs. Scout will also need to invest in additional resources to manage the CBS implementation process. Scout has around less than 10 staff, let's say 7 staff. So they usually use the partners to work with. In case there's no partner they suffer a lot when it comes to number of headcounts in the organization. Scout also is sometimes treated as a third party when it comes to service provider. For example, one SACCO acquires the CBS, and then they had issues between the two on the contract. When Scout tried to jump into the situation to assist, they sometimes treat it like, you're not part of the contract, so you cannot tell me anything about this. So these are the 4 challenges of which Scouts have been facing in these 2 years. So where's the future? Currently, Scout is exploring options to partner with technology companies for the shared CBS platform. So the idea came last year, July last year, of which the request was sent to the TCDC as the regulator, which was given an approval for Scout to look for a partnership with the organization or technology organization to create a shared environment for all the SACCOs, precisely the members of the Scout, who will be using the technology and will be paying based on the subscription fee, which they usually do like currently. And with the distribution of responsibility, the technology company will handle all the technology issues, while Scout will deal with its core objective of maintaining and supporting the SACCOs. The contract will be between the 3 parties, that the service provider, the SACCOs, and Scout in general. Of course, to SACCOs, this will be free system to use, free consultation from Scout, and of course the acquisition and implementation of the CBS in the future products will be a success story. Hope. I think that's enough for today. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Godwin, on your wonderful presentation on SACCOs, maximizing SACCOs. Okay, so thank you, Godwin, for your presentation on maximizing SACCOs to leverage maximizing SACCO's potential to leverage Apex. Thank you so much for that. All right, so we're now going to proceed with the program for today, but first and foremost, I would like to acknowledge a few people that are behind this event. I would like to acknowledge SNG Events and Amir. They are all they are the main organizers of this event. They are the mastermind behind all this. I would also like to acknowledge the sponsors. We have Vermati and Software Limited, Eclectics, Identity Pass by Prembly, Core INC, Access to Finance Rwanda. Before we proceed, I would like to call upon Mark from Amir, our organizers. He has something brief to share with us in Kinyarwanda.
Murakoze cyane nkuko MC yabivuze nitwa Mark Buter from Amir. Ndavuga Ikinyarwanda kuko turi mu Rwanda kandi dufite abanyarwanda benshi. We have a big audience of people who speak Kinyarwanda around here. Munyemere nagira ngo in brief cyangwa mu ncamake the presentation ivuyeho dufite members bacu b'amasako bashaka kuba wenda bifashe kumva ngo n'icyongereza gusa nta batisanzuye. Mumve rwose feel at home. Ntabwo turi muri biro tubisiga hariya tuze muri summit. Interacting tubaze icyo ushaka kubaza icyo utasobanukiwe ubaze. Ururimi niri kubera imbogamizi. Nkuko Mr. Godwin Sarira from DSIK yarabivuze. DSIK ni ikigo cy'Abadage ariko gikorera muri East Africa. Ibihugu bitanu muri East Africa Rwanda rurimo. Ni abafatanyabikorwa bacu turakorana umunsi ku wundi. Nkuko yarimo presenting avuga ati kuki dukeneye iriya koranabuhanga kwa banking system. Ubundi niki tuyikeneye mu kweki tubikora kuki amasako yacu ari mu byaro tugomba kujyana ikoranabuhanga. Ni n'urwego ryo kuvuga ngo yavuze akantu haya mu Gifaransa rather mu Giswahili agashyira mu Cyongereza ngo where there is money there are thieves. Ahari amafaranga hari abajura. Cyber attacks. Rero iyo ufite ikoranabuhanga nkuko yabisobanuye hanga yagiye abisobanura neza. Iyo ufite iyo kwa banking system cyangwa iyo koranabuhanga rigufasha mu kwirinda izo threats cyangwa abajura bakwatakinga kwiba muri make urabijera urabikontrola. Icyambere bigufasha gukora amaraporo utagiye kwandika impapuro kuzuza hariya kuri desk. Cyakabiri bigufasha na kugera muri control ukavuga ati mfite system imwe cyangwa se mfite database imwe aho ndebera abakiriya banje bose. Muri make kuki dukeneye CBS? Why do we need core banking system? Yabivuze neza harimo ingingo nyinshi ndagira ngo muze kwisanzura. Abafite sofa abari automated bari gukoresha ikoranabuhanga muzi ibibazo birimo. Feel free to ask. Mumve muna kibazo mufite mubaze musobanuze. N'abatarabigeramo mubaze ese what do we gain? Inyungu dufitemo nizi. Muze kubaza abantu baranga twabahamagariye kugira ngo batwigishe. Dukorane batuhugure tumenye tugomba gukora. Murakoze cyane. Thank you so much MC.
Thank you so much Mark. All right. You guys want to clap for him? Can go ahead and clap for him. Okay. So let us now proceed with the next activity lined up for today's program. We are going to be having a panel discussion, a very exciting panel discussion under the theme Bridging the Gap Between the Microfinance Sector and Tech Solutions to Maximize Efficiency in Service Delivery. So with this panel discussion, we shall be exploring how tech solutions can help maximize efficiency in service delivery and bridge the gap in the sector. So ladies and gentlemen, join me as I welcome our panel speakers. So I call upon Mr. Mudiaga Omukoro, the COO and co-founder, of Core Kenya. May we please clap for him as he walks up to the stage. Thank you so much. So ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Mudiaga Umukoro is the Chief Operating Officer of Core. And with 12 years of experience in the technology industry, Mudiaga is an expert in software technology from engineering to operations in business. He has built advanced financial technology solutions and partnered with traditional and emerging financial institutions to drive their digital strategies and achieve seamless consumer experiences, larger ecosystems play, and cost-effective automation. He challenges FIs to become digital first at the core. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, moving forward, I would like to call upon Ms. Seun Alabi, the Director of Data Partnerships at Identity Pass in Nigeria. May we please clap for her as she walks up to the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, as she walks up to the stage, I would like to briefly talk about her bio. Seun's goal is to keep breeding agility into daily operations, seeking best ways to carry out her responsibilities and seeking to make her organization better than she's made, growing and expanding impact to new frontiers, setting the pace and building the right partnerships to the near future. As the Director of Data Partnerships at Identity Pass in Nigeria. All right, so moving forward, we have Ms. Caroline Beronius. Ms. Caroline Beronius, the CEO and co-founder of Adresai. May we please clap for her as she walks up to the stage. Caroline is passionate about ICT's potential to leapfrog development by strengthening structures and transparency and extending access to essential government services such as health and education. She believes that ICT and innovation are instrumental for sustainable business creation and solving some of our most pressing global challenges. All right, next up, ladies and gentlemen, we have Davis Neziryayo. He is the founder and CEO of Pesa Choice Group. Davis, can you please walk up to the stage? Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, may we please clap for Davis as he walks up to the stage. So here's a short bio about him. He is a successful software developer and entrepreneur with over a decade of experience in the tech industry. And he began his career at Dish Network, where he was promoted through various engineering roles. Davis later joined ACI Worldwide, one of the biggest players in the banking space, where he worked and built several robust financial platforms. In 2013, Davis started his startup, Kivutel, which focused on aggregating airtime for people in the diaspora to call their loved ones at a low cost. After Kivutel, Davis co-founded Pesa Choice with Pacific Mahoro and Idolin Senyana. Pesa Choice was a cross-border payment platform helping African diaspora in USA with remittances and bill payments. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, may we all please give another huge round of applause to our panelists here as we gear up for this conversation. Okay, ladies and gents, there is a saying that if you want to go fast, go alone. And if you want to go far, go with others. Let us know, how can partners help propel microfinance services to the next level? Who do I start with? It's a general question for all the panelists here. We'll start with you, Davis, since you're next to me.
All right, right into the fire. So okay, so one of the things that I've realized when I was trying to build a company is the fact that you will always depend on others.
Yes.
No matter how good you are or whatever you think you're doing, you depend on others. In the microfinance context, there is one of the reasons we're here and from what I had yesterday and today morning is trying to digitize most of the things. Not one provider can actually do this. There's a lot of providers from the core banking solutions that are private to help them digitize. But then from my angle that I'm trying to approach this is also there's also actually digitizing the workforce for the microfinance itself. So there's different moving parts there. if you wanted to make it successful, don't focus on just getting one provider for everything. Actually try to get someone who is reasonably good at each particular task, and then you bundle together, then to help you move a bit faster.
Okay, thank you. Let's move on to Seun.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. I would say that a very important partnership that can also help microfinance to move to the next level, propel them to the next level, is the regulatory partnerships. A lot of times we focus a lot on the private partnerships that can happen between the fintechs and the microfinance banks. However, based on regulations, a lot of these things can be upended. You can have regulations that wouldn't even allow the fintechs in the first place to be able to partner properly with the microfinance banks. So in terms of regulatory partnerships, the government also has to partner with the microfinance banks in helping them to set the right regulations and policies. And one of the ways that, there are different ways that we do this, at least in Nigeria. Sometimes fintechs like us, we come up with industry compliance breakfasts where we invite the government and the microfinance banks, or depending on the sector that we're trying to target, and we allow them to have conversations where they actually talk about their pain points. The microfinance banks and the fintechs are the ones on the field. They understand what they're going through and what they need to address. However, that conversation allows the government who set the regulation to really see how their regulations are impacting the businesses of these private organizations, be it the fintechs or the microfinance. So from a regulatory point of view, it is very important. And another very good thing that has been happening in Africa that has caused a boom is also the regulatory sandbox that we've talked about. A few people talked about it on the panel yesterday, and also some of the speakers. A few countries have been able to have their regulatory sandbox that allows fintechs that want to make or build solutions for microfinance banks or financial services industries generally to test out their innovations under the regulatory framework. It also allows the government to, in that process, begin to come up with regulations that can make sense to that business. And because, again, you know that the rate at which technology evolves is way faster a lot of times than how the regulators come up with their policies. So from that perspective, government regulatory partnerships are very important, and it can help to propel everyone in the private sector, fintechs, and the microfinance to the next level.
Okay, thank you so much. Caroline, what is your take on this?
Thank you. I'm looking at my notes that I kind of made to myself earlier, and I'm thinking you've covered pretty much everything there. So I have to say, I would like to say that, but I really would like to iterate that in order to sort of progress fast and far, you have to work on what you do best, and therefore we should really focus on being able to bring in technology solutions that does the parts that is not part of your core business, that really strengthens and supports the processes that you are trying to develop. I think also when we do these kind of transformations that we think about not just making it digital what we have today, but actually collaborate closely together to develop the optimal processes going forward. Because the technology does open up a whole new avenue to do things differently, much more efficient, and also secure, of course. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Mudiaga.
Yeah, thank you. I guess sometimes it sucks to be the last of very smart people. But I'm just going to compliment what everyone has said. One of the key things I think that institutions should do is to have an orientation whereby they focus on exactly what they're good at and outsource the rest. I think that's a very important part of any strategy. And you will find that, financial institutions, you're awesome at doing the business of banking, and I think that it helps to create a strategy whereby you can take the technology part of it and outsource it to someone else who is also extremely good at technology. And once you combine that type of partnership together, you can only achieve extremely profitable results. Secondly, I think that the core of partnerships as far as technology is concerned is the integration points between one another. And a lot of times when financial institutions are trying to take decisions about what platform they use, they miss out on some key points. I mean, in today's world, technology platforms just have to talk together to be able to be useful. And if you don't focus on that point when selecting the platforms, you might find out later down the line that you made a little bit of a mistake. So one key part of these connection points is something called APIs. It's an application programming interfaces. Every single platform that you obtain today, you have to ask that question. What are the APIs that come with this platform? What do they do? How do they work? How easy it is for me to get it? Oh, it's part of what I bought, but what does it take for me to turn it on? I mean, all these are very important questions to ask at this day and time, because the way that technology is moving, rapid partnerships are moving, the way at least new services are rolling out that talk to each other to create optimum value. You cannot be left hanging in this day and time.
Okay. Thank you so much. So, in this panel discussion, I see two people that are based in Rwanda, and I see two people that are based in Nigeria. I would need the panelists from Nigeria to first off share with us their experience with partners, working with partners in fintech and microfinance so far, so that we can just explore how it has been like, how it's like for different countries within Africa. So we'll start off with Seun.
Okay, all right, thank you. The question says to share experience.
Yeah,
between
your experience so far.
partnerships.
Yes.
Within the fintech and with the fintech.
Fintech and microfinance so far.
Okay, so again, regulatory frameworks are everything within the context of how you can relate with your partners. So within the context of what we do in Nigeria today, we are able to help microfinance organizations. So again, we're an identity verification organization, right? And so one of the things we help our organizations or our customers to do is to achieve KYC, KYB, and anti-money laundering regulatory compliance. So we help them from that aspect of seamless customer onboarding. And so what we have helped them to do, in essence, is to be able to save time and also save costs. Some of these things, if you wanted to do them manually, for example, to try to know your customer better, you want to physically go and verify where they live, their addresses. Imagine doing that for one person, the costs, and then multiply that by how many people or how many customers you get over a period of time. It's a lot of cost, it's a lot of time, and it also makes the customers to have an uneasy, onboarding experience. So what we have been able to do in our own case is to help our organizations to have very short onboarding experience, seamless, real time actually, where someone can just go online, input their details, and within seconds they're verified from every, from address verification point of view, phone number verification, national ID card verification. I mean, any sort of verification endpoint you want to use. In Nigeria, there's something called the BVN. It helps you to also verify people's bank accounts and bank statements. So we're able to do that within, the click of a finger. So it has helped a lot of microfinance organizations that are on our network to save time, to save costs, which is very important. Bottom line is everything, right? So that's how we help them. Another thing that we also help them to do is that throughout the life cycle of their customer, of them having this particular customer, they're also able to understand their customer behavior. There's something we call transaction monitoring. You're able to check if the behavior of your customer is changing and to be able to detect if there is a fraud, an impending fraud, something that might happen that, this customer usually withdraws this amount of money before, but now all of a sudden he has, drastically increased the amount of money he's withdrawing or even the amount of money he's putting into the bank. So it helps you to actually understand your customers. Just give them a very beautiful user experience throughout the life cycle of them being your customer. That's how we've been able to help. And then again, we also provide thought leadership, like I'd said before. We organize events that help our customers, being the microfinance banks, and any other relevant stakeholders within the organization that they want to interact with, be it their customers or be it the government. Just have that conversation where everyone can be on the same page and see how we can really help each other. Because at the end of the day, partnership is not about just selling to someone. It's actually about helping them to achieve their short-term goal and their long-term goal. So that's what we do from our own perspective.
Okay.
All right.
What about you, sir?
Yeah. I think I think that was a good question to ask the Nigerians because I think we're a little bit ahead of that conversation around really partnering and working together. There are a lot of fintechs building out interesting technologies, and we're really working together. If you ask me, in Nigeria, even in Nigeria recently, the regulator released regulation around open banking, which will even further deepen that partnership between players. On our own end, from a point of view of experiences, I mean, there's been a lot of that, probably because we've been very big on partnerships from day one. When we rolled out our platform several years ago, one of the key things we wanted to do was to make sure that we are able to provide connectivity between what services we are rendering and the entire banking and payment ecosystem that simplifies it for the participants. So, I mean, we provide a cloud-based core banking platform, and we've done that for a while. And one thing we've done is to very early on start partnering with all the different players that are required to provide a proper banking platform. So we went to identity providers, we went to regulators, credit bureaus, value-added service providers, switches, payment services, and integrated them to the single cloud-based platform that we had from day one, and made sure that as we were onboarding new clients onto that platform, they didn't need to do any new integrations. It came as part of the platform, and they didn't need to, and they could just leverage all the services at the beginning from the one, and that's really helped to really grow our clientele, because it's really easy for them to get access to new services without having to reinvent the wheel a lot of the time. After doing that for a while, we decided to, you know what, this thing is, I mean, within the last 2-3 years, when this concept of partnerships between fintechs and banks and all this conversation started to really started to peak, we decided, you know what, let's just get our API gateway and publish it publicly and make it available to new innovators, new individuals who are thinking about providing services to enable the industry, and let them have sandboxes and test beds to test those products and services in such a way that you can have advancements in financial services without the challenges that have plagued some of the bigger, even commercial like banks. I mean, if you look at the industry today, you would agree with me that the opportunities facing microfinance right now are much more than what are facing the traditional commercial banks. And that's because of the opportunity that microfinance has availed itself in being lean and agile in adopting some of these new technologies, you know. And some of the things we've tried to do is to say, look, let's create like a platform, a development environment, like you will, like the platform that has been created by Google Play Store, as an example, where there's an operating system, a framework underneath, and then different innovators, different service providers can build functionality and plug them into that framework, and then the end users and ecosystem benefits from such an environment. And that's exactly what we've done by publishing our API gateways and API services, so that the core banking platform we provide already comes not only with APIs, but also comes with extra functionality that has already been built in by other providers who have taken advantage of the API gateway. And of course, microfinance banks, SACCOs, microfinance institutions are obviously the better for it for that kind of system.
All right, thank you so much. Now, still on Nigeria, I would like us to talk a little bit about challenges. Do you ever face challenges such as international fintech companies being hesitant to partner with Nigerian financial institutions due to political issues, leadership issues, any sort of instabilities or slow economic development in the country? Do you find yourselves in situations like that? Do you face challenges like that? And when you do, how do you handle such challenges?
Yeah, okay. I think that from a point of view of partnering with international organizations, I think that one of the major ways things have moved a little bit more quickly is in areas of funding. And I think that a lot of the conversations has mostly been around that. A lot of VCs and private equity firms who have looked into Nigeria to say, look, you know what, let's see how we can put money in, invest and grow that space. And yes, you're right, there's been some challenge around that because a lot of the time, once that conversation starts to happen, they start to look at the political and the environment. They start to wonder, what is really going on concerning the fund we may put in and its value after a couple of years if there's economic and political concerns. But I think that by and large, we've been able to sort of allay some of those fears just by, showing them a little bit of a track record that has gone on in the country. You'll agree with me that as far as technology and fintech engagements Nigeria has been doing quite well for the last couple of years. And it's a little bit, it's easier for us to say, look, just take a look at what has been done before and see that there is some credibility in our ability to, push some of these conversations forward.
Seun, do you have anything to say about that?
Yeah, so he has covered it pretty much. He has said a lot already around that. However, I just wanted to also add that when considering, partnerships between an international, maybe fintech organization and a local fintech organization, there are a lot of synergies that can happen. There are a lot of ways they can collaborate to actually allay some of the issues around policies and maybe regulations. And sometimes what I've also learned from my experience within the telecom industry is that we've had international organizations partner with local and not having to go through the entire process of registering their businesses and going through the entire involvement, because as people feel before coming to Nigeria, that even though Nigeria is a very big market, the youth population is huge and everything. We have over 200 million people with a lot of prospects. What happens is that you're able to partner in a way that you can actually use or ride on the licenses of these local organizations to cover up in the terms of regulation and the other parts of it. And also the fact that, like he already mentioned, we have a lot of track record. We have fintechs like Flutterwave, like Paystack. Is it Paystack, the one that was taken over by Stripe, who have been able to show that there is a lot that can happen within the context of Nigeria. And we have a lot of organizations coming up like Prembly, Lens Pass by Prembly. We've done a lot in the country, and we've not only been able to just do what we're doing in Nigeria, we've been able to extend it to other African countries. There's a lot of promise. There are a lot of young people doing amazing things, building amazing technology. So when you look at that, you look at the promise, you look at the track record, you look at how eager these people are to change their lives, how we are leapfrogging, technology and just going through the tracks and doing so much. I think that it gives some kind of confidence to these organizations to come and partner.
Okay, thank you so much. So, moving on, our panelists from Rwanda, Caroline and Davis, can you briefly tell us your experience trying to bridge the gap of the microfinance sector and tech solutions? And also, can you please let us know what improvements are yet to be done to make sure that we get where we're supposed to, be in terms of bridging this gap?
So, the thing is, the Rwandan government has done an amazing job to try and push the digital literacy and make sure that everyone goes digital. We have organizations like Amir and this platform where we are, but that's the beginning. So what happens is execution is everything. Now, having a good idea that you want to make sure that everything goes digital is one thing, but now you have to get to the next part where you have to execute. We have to also be mindful that whether it's the microfinances or the circles, we still have a few challenges, even though we are overcoming them as we go along. And some of these challenges are the fact that people still think that technology is very expensive. That's one. When in essence, it's actually cheap, because when you look at the actual outcome of this. So I remember back about 5 years ago when Pesa Choice was still doing cross-border payments, so we were focused heavily on the tech of what to help microfinances and banks, and we went as far as telling companies that, smaller companies, that we can give you our platform. You use it for free. If it works well for you, then you can pay us. They weren't even willing to, some of them were not even willing to try that for free. So what that taught me was, one of the lessons I saw then was that we still have a stigma of saying imported solutions, which are typically expensive, are better. And now from the fintech angle that I've been in, at least in Rwanda for the last 5 years, most local solutions that are built by locals have actually a better understanding of what the problem is, because they do know it. A solution from the US or from the UK is a good solution, definitely better, but does it fully address what our challenges are? That's one thing that I've seen. So if I was to point out a couple of challenges that I've seen is, one, we need to be open-minded to trying things. That's something that we don't have in abundance, and I wish we would have a little bit more of that. Yes, the government is doing a great job. I mean, it's doing a great job to try and help us get onto the next level. But the true people who are going to use these technologies are the microfinances and circles. They have to have that openness to say, okay, let's try these solutions, whether it's for a short time. And then the angle that we are at this particular moment as Pesa Choice, we are focused on human resource management. And where this comes in the microfinance space still is operation efficiency. Because as much as you want to give the clients of the microfinances good tools to be able to access their accounts and do different things, you still need to make sure that the organization itself is more efficient in the way they run their day-to-day operations, so that they can again focus on things that are more important on taking care of the clients. So I think I would like to end on that note of saying that it's more, the only challenge I can point out is that the adoption is still not as fast as we would like it to be, and the fintech space changes extremely very fast. There's always new things coming, and whether we continue saying that we don't have a lot of technology literacy, most people are now using, at least through their smartphones, they are interacting with technology on a day-to-day basis, that most of the solutions that are being provided, whether it's by Pesa Choice or our counterparts here, will be designed in an easier way for people to use them. What needed is more of the people with the willingness to try and use most of the tools.
Thank you so much, Davis. Caroline, what do you have to share on this?
Yes, thank you so much. First of all, I would like to say that I do almost feel Rwanda now, but not really yet.
We're happy to have you here.
I'm from Sweden, and our company is based also here in Rwanda, Adressia. We actually got into more of the microfinance space from Uganda. We have a digital addressing platform that, of course, an address, we understood that going from e-commerce, working with e-commerce companies that also needs to provide post-payment services, loans, etc., that actually having an address for a good delivery, it is important to have an address that can be verified for actually getting a loan getting post-payment services and so on. So that's how we entered into that space, and we developed together with the companies who were asking us to look into to improving that service for them. And one of the things that I think we can see is that the variety of or the varied level of digitalization is both, I think, an opportunity and a challenge, but it's not really, it's like what you said, context matter, and it is when you actually work with the groups and the businesses that you are serving that you will really understand what they need and develop it from there. So I think it's really important that no matter like who develops the service, it has to be developed from that context. I also think that we have to embrace new technology. I think that more and more we will hear things like APIs, software as a service, cloud-based solutions and all those things, and really not be so scared that, okay, we cannot perhaps be compliant with the new data protection and privacy laws just because it is now in the cloud or something like that. But we will have a much more pragmatic approach to that. In Sweden and in Europe, we went through the implementation of the General Data Protection Regulation a few years back. And there was quite a lot of challenges for most companies, especially those that were already established, to embrace these challenges as opportunities and really see it as, as a right of an individual to manage their own privacy and so on, and to want to actually solve that challenge very fast. And that's what we did. So I think that we have to look ahead, knowing what we're doing and like sort of building where we are, but really look ahead. And then I also would like to say that I think you touched upon that as well, that, just developing a solution, that's like 20% of the work. 80% is implementation, education, sensitization, correction, reiteration, and so on. So it's really, really important to work very closely with your partners to get it right, I think.
Thank you so much, Caroline. All right, so now I open the floor to the audience. I will be taking up 2 questions from the audience. Does anyone have anything to ask our panelists? Okay, I see we have a hand over there. Can somebody please pass the microphone to him?
Good morning. Thank you for the discussions. Martin Magezi from Uganda. We're living in interesting times of digitization, and it's exciting for microfinance institutions. My question or clarification that I need to get from the panelists, when we talk about fintechs in the microfinance sector, I look at a lot of integration between fintechs and the microfinance institutions that are already using some kinds of core banking systems. And in there I see fraud or cases of frauds happening. So from your experiences, what are the solutions, or what have you seen in terms of cybersecurity, and how those risks are mitigated as you do more of the integrations with existing systems in these microfinance institutions? Because fraud is a very interesting area. I just want you to share with us your experiences in that area. As we push digitization, how are these risks being mitigated? Thank you very much.
Thank you for your question. Who does the question go to?
I want to hear experiences, because I think we have reps from Nigeria, Kenya, Rwanda. So I want to hear experiences from the different jurisdictions.
Okay, who would like to go for the question?
Okay, so I can go first. Thanks very much for that question. Like you rightly said, with higher technology comes higher responsibility. And I think that handling fraud concerns are usually taken from 2 major considerations. Number 1, it involves the processes in place by financial institutions, and the next one is technology. As far as processes are concerned, it's very important for financial institutions to have that awareness from day one to begin with. And the thing about it is that even no matter how much technology you put in place, an individual compromising the system nullifies the extent of, even if it is artificial intelligence level type of technology has been put in place there. So one of the first things that you've pointed out, which I really like, that is coming from the audience, is that there needs to be that awareness from financial institutions, from employees, from management, from the board of organizations that are managing financial institutions, that we need to be very aware of the fact that there are best practices in place globally, and a simple research would bring that information. There is what the organization as management needs to do. There is what the board of the organization needs to do. There is what the regulators within environments are also doing. But very importantly, each individual who is the staff of an organization needs to be tracked and have their roles and responsibilities clearly mapped out, and compliance measures put in place to make sure everybody's doing what they need to do to combat, that challenge. However, also on the technology side, the truth is that, like I always say, it's very important to allow the best minds, or rather the most competent organizations handle what they are best at. So what I've seen, and in fact what we had done in place, is one of the first things we did when setting up our platform, which we are running on Microsoft Azure, was to say who are the best, most competent organizations in terms of security, right? And we looked at the different providers and we said, look, we have to make sure that we are outsourcing the conversation about security, and that's why we actually selected Microsoft. The investment Microsoft makes yearly on security runs into several hundreds of billions of dollars, just to make sure that a lot of these concerns are put in place. They are much more recently anti-fraud detection tools that financial systems have plugged in and need to be adopted by all the technology platforms that are running financial software. She pointed out one of the tools that need to be in place in many institutions. They are platforms that are able to recognize patterns from transactions that are being put in place, and the tools need to be able to say, okay, there is this transaction that is flouting, the norm. All of a sudden, a customer has been transferring 5,000 every month for the last 2 years, and suddenly there's a 10 million transaction being requested for that same account out of the blue. Systems should be able to flag those transactions and stop them from going through and allow authorization from the financial systems before they are allowed to go through. But then there are also just standard, even technologies that need to be put in place to make sure systems, are secure. There are certifications that platforms need to have, and it's very good to ask this type of questions when engaging platform providers. Or where you say you're secure, where's your PCI DSS certificate that says, okay, this is the level. And it's not just about certification, it's up to date, because those things are where that certificate says how long it's actually valid for. Where's your ISO certification that states exactly what your processes that have been put in place are actually catering for. There are lots of things happening, but I think the key takeouts is make sure internal processes are in place and make sure that security services are outsourced to the best minds in that space.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mudiaga.
Yeah.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, in the interest of time, I think we'll have to conclude this conversation right here. I would like to give thanks to our panelists for all their contribution to this discussion. I would like to give thanks to Mr. Mudiaga. I would like to give thanks to Caroline and Seun and Davis as well. So may we all please give them a round of applause. Okay, so as they walk back to their seats, I would like to remind you all that after this panel discussion, we have a short coffee break. So I request you all to head over there where coffee break is being served from and have some coffee, some tea, some refreshments, and then we'll be back here for the following activities of this event. Thank you so much. Let us now proceed with the second phase of today's agenda. And before I call upon the next person that will be carrying out a presentation, I would like to remind you all that later on today, we have a guest of honor that will be participating in today's conference, and that is the Minister of ICT and Innovation. So please stick around and stay ready for all these activities. Okay, so right now, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to call upon the next presentation on becoming digital first at the core. Yes, that is the title of the next presentation, and it will be conducted by Mr. Mudiaga Omukoro, the COO and the co-founder at Core Kenya. May we please give him a round of applause as he walks up to the stage.
Right, good morning, everybody. My name is Mudiaga Omokoro. I'm from Nigeria. Sorry, just to correct the moderator. I'm the co-founder of Core, and we basically digitize financial institutions. And we've focused that digitization over the past couple of years on microfinance. It's a pleasure to be here, and it's a pleasure to take this journey with you as we're exploring the opportunities that arise out of fully digitizing microfinance operations. Okay. Right. So to begin with, who are we? We are, excuse me, Core, and our mission is to digitize and fully automate all economic activities on the continent. We are basically Africa's leading provider of fintech software. We've been available since sometime around 2008, doing what we do to make sure that financial institutions can achieve everything that they need to. While doing this, we've been focusing on providing digital technology for financial institutions, and we've targeted those technology around financial inclusion, digital banking, as well as digital payments. Sorry. I'm sorry, I don't know why this is not working. Okay. All right, thank you. So over the past couple of years, we've been focusing on providing proper state-of-the-art technology for microfinance institutions, and we've targeted it in such a way that it can be provided at affordable cost without putting any compromise at all on the security or robustness of the technology that each individual microfinance institution ends up using. We've managed to create a very interesting model around doing this over the last years, and we've been able to demonstrate the social proof of how this can work in Nigeria, and a few parties in other countries are also benefiting out of this. I want to sort of use this opportunity to emphasize around the possibility of really making shared platforms work for core banking. I know there's a lot of conversation around this going around in much more recent times. There's a lot of engagement from different parties. There's a lot of interest from financial institutions, from interest from consulting firms, interest from governments who are concerned about the future of microfinance, who are concerned about the way to make really state-of-the-art technology available for microfinance institutions in such a way that it can also be affordable. I'm just trying to also emphasize that it's doable. There may not be many other sites where this can be demonstrated as much as what we've done on Bank One in Nigeria. I invite everybody listening to me to take a cue and do that research and find out exactly how it's working and how new parties can plug in, how we can have conversations about how we can replicate this across Africa, because that's our new objective, to make sure this thing that we've done is available everywhere across the continent. As you can see, we have over 500 different financial institutions, SACCOs, microfinance banks, microfinance institutions, regular cooperatives, lending organizations, utilizing the platform as it is. And cumulatively, the system manages over 10 million accounts. What you will find is this over $100 million in sitting balances being managed by the platform, performing over 200 million transactions on a monthly basis. And of course, if you really look at what the platform is able to do, the platform has managed to digitize over these 500 different institutions GMV that exceeds $12 billion. And this figure keeps growing on a daily basis, because on every single month we include nothing less that we basically digitalize and onboard nothing less than 6 to 7 new financial institutions onto the platform in such a way that the value continues to multiply. We have also been instrumental to the provision of digital banking services for a lot of the biggest banks on the continent. Of course, coming from Nigeria, all the banks in Nigeria today depend on us for some software or the other, and we're able to utilize that technology to really transform what it is they do. There are some names you can see on your screen around who we've been able to put on board this platform, and you would find that some of the names you may be familiar with, but ultimately we're looking at making sure the entire continent is able to really function as efficiently as we've been able to allow our current clientele to be able to exist. As you can see on your screen, we've also been able to provide the technology for clients across different markets in Africa, including Nigeria, Ghana, Gambia, and Tanzania and Kenya. We are really trying to make sure we can deploy this across the continent, and we are very, very hopeful that, the presentation you're about to see triggers and inspires a lot of the conversations we're hoping starts to happen around how really to make this happen quickly, to make sure microfinance achieves its potential and really meets up to the expectation and the potential it has carried for so long. Just pointing out, as part of your research, you may also be able to find out how this shared platform has been investigated and posted as a case study by Microsoft. And part of what I hope would happen is to get more information about this. You would be able to come over to our stand. Let's have conversation. Let's talk about really the ability of technology to transform the microfinance sector. Now, to the core of the conversation today, I just want to point out to begin with that if you look at how banking has progressed in the last couple of years, the last 2 years have been very, very instrumental. They've really changed the way we see what has been happening. We've seen a lot of collaboration between fintechs and microfinance institutions. We've seen fintechs themselves acquire micro banking licenses from regulators to deliver banking services to consumers. I've seen a lot of that happening, but what we've also seen is that there is still a lot that can be achieved, and microfinance seems to be lagging behind. And that's because there's still a lot of challenge in that sector. And that's the reason why we exist today. That's the reason why we are here today. That's the reason why we're having this conversation to really discuss what can be done about these challenges. So just to highlight a couple of them, what you will find is that in the space today, there is not enough tech-savvy personnel that are functioning. We're trying to really push digital banking services, but we'll still find that there's that challenge around the individuals who are playing in that sector and how well they are actually able to deliver those roles. Do we have enough individuals who are well-versed in technology, modern technology, and are functioning in that space? The answer would be no, we need a lot more. In the places where you have them, you find out that it costs a lot to maintain and keep a staff within microfinance institutions. And what you will find is that the churn rate will also be very high. They move around very, very quickly. And that creates gaps. That creates projects that are half complete and creates more challenge within the sector. Of course, operations themselves are still pretty much semi-manual or manual in some cases. You would find that it's still challenging to do customer acquisition on a manual basis. It is challenging to have credit operations that are still dependent on, very manual engagements, very manual data keeping, very manual processes themselves. And then engaging regulators and exchange of data about how the institutions are operating from an oversight perspective also creates even more manual challenge for financial institutions who are operating in that space. And of course, that also brings us to inefficient reporting. How is the reporting done is really tiring. I've seen a lot of financial institutions who, just to meet up with regulatory reporting, spend more than 2 weeks within the month to generate the reports in the format that is expected from the regulators. And then you start to ask yourself, what of everything that should have been happening within that period, and is it even enough time from the point of view that you're going to need to be doing this again within, say, another 2 weeks? Some as bad as that's pretty much what they do, spend the entire month generating the reports, and then what will now happen is just as they submit the reports, it's time for another one, and they are just perpetually behind their deadlines because of the challenges around the technology being used in those sectors. And of course, you cannot escape the fact that even the business has its own challenges normally. Even when you have the right technology, the market is also providing its own challenges. The businesses that are being funded by microfinance may not particularly be doing well. And then even the selection of customers to deal with without the availability of the proper technology creates a challenge whereby non-performing loans are high, and the bank, in a lot of the cases, are left out in the cold in these scenarios. And I mean, there's still more. What you will also find in investigating the space is that you would see that there is still competition. Because while microfinance is doing what it's doing, technology is advancing. And you're having more players targeting the exact same customers. You have fintechs now today who are saying, you know what, there's technology available. Why can't I from Namibia target a customer who is existing in Kenya or in Rwanda or in Tanzania, providing technology? After all, we have big tech who are doing the exact same thing all the way from the West. I'm sure everybody is aware that Apple has buy now, pay later services that the same customers are consuming. Just think about that for a minute. The number of iPhones in the hands of people is increasing rapidly daily, and those services are becoming available to individuals who are already in love with their phones. There is already a deep relationship within individuals and their phones, and then services are now coming and popping up within those phones. That is extreme level of competition that technology is providing. And that's really challenging if you really think about it, if that continues to happen in the next couple of years. Of course, even contemporary microfinance institutions who have decided to use, who have found a way to make things work, would perform better than other institutions who are not doing as well in that space. And to crown that all up, the customers themselves are becoming a little bit more demanding. They're also seeing exactly what is available globally. Their minds are being expanded to demand more, and microfinance institutions seem to be left hanging, trying to figure out exactly how they're going to meet all these challenges as even themselves increase. And as you go further and look into what's going on in the space, you now find that there's also a security challenge. Because as technology is advancing, the problem we're having is that technology is available to everybody. The good, the bad, and the ugly. And everybody is thinking about it. As you are thinking about as we're having strategy sessions how to advance technology, trust me, there are strategy sessions, even if they are informal, about how to break into systems that other people think are secure. And while all this is going on, how exactly are institutions supposed to really survive? It's a very good question. And that explains the reason why the last point there is very valid. It all results in low margins, which makes it almost like a self-fulfilling prophecy. Because if you have low margins in the business that is really that much challenged, how are you going to improve it over time? It's a very good question that financial institutions are faced with today. And bringing back the conversation of what to do about this is extremely important. And so, enough about the gloomy story. Hope is not lost. There are ways to make sure that we salvage the sector if we just do the right thing and take the right decisions right now. So we're talking about tech-savvy personnel who are few and churn rate is high and costly. Question one needs to ask ourselves is, do we need every single one of them within financial institutions? Or is it possible to have the services that they render outsourced entirely in a way that reduces the cost of each institution, but doesn't mitigate the value that they are providing? If you have that staff who is very competent, highly sought after in the industry, working for you, you need to be worried about his growth, you need to worry about his health insurance, you need to worry about his vacation expenses, you need to worry about a whole lot. But if you really think about it, you really do not need those individuals in every different institution. You can share those services across. And that is where the concept of outsourcing comes in. You really can have a model that is runs whereby you outsource most of your tech responsibilities to partner institutions with the right operational model. I mean, that's the key word in that phrase. There are models that allow you outsource that expertise and that competence without compromising the output in terms of the actual effectiveness of those roles. And we'll talk more about that as well. And if operations are semi-manual, what core banking platform exactly are you using? How reliable is it? If you're paying for a core banking automation, you're still doing the work yourself. I mean, you need to ask yourself those questions. I mean, why is it that way? Is it time to really look at what works? Because technology is really supposed to make our lives easier. It's supposed to automate what we do manually. Agreed that processes need to map to technology. But if technology is not proper enough, processes can't really map. Or you end up actually, in fact, if you try to map processes to technology that are not properly implemented, what you'll find is that you double the manual operations that you're already doing in the first place. Care while choosing that core banking platform is absolutely important. And then talking about reporting, again, core banking platforms should be able to generate the reports that you need at the click of a button. Doesn't matter whether they're regulatory, whether they're management, whether you're financial, whatever you are supposed to be able to do, the platform that has been provided for the core banking system should be able to generate those reports once you click the button and be able to do whatever it is. And agreed, some of those reporting requirements tend to change from time to time. The regulators can come up and say, you know what, this report should work this way, that report should work that way. The platform should be able to adapt to such changes and leave individuals, staff who are paid by the bank to put their focus and their effort into other profitable functionality. And then again, talked about high non-performing loans. Again, there is available technology today to tackle issues like this. Who are the customers that are being targeted in the first place? You know, why is it such that with all the data, we have banks that have been working for 20 years? Why is it difficult with the technology that we have today? Pattern recognition technology available in AI models should be able to say, look, you've been learning for 20 years. This new person who is requesting for a loan is not going to pay you back. No need to give him. Or this other individual, even though you don't know him from Adam, based on the pattern that has been defined by all the loans you've given and all the loans are also available in the industry, he's going to pay you back. I mean, those technology exist today. Some of the challenges why financial institutions, microfinance banks, SACCOs are not taking advantage of some of this technology is because even what they have at the back end cannot really map and integrate to that. And that is where the challenge comes. But the technology, trust me, exists today. And that's what a lot of the fintechs are using to gain market share from your own customers today. And these are the key things that we should all think about. And again, from competition perspective, there is just technology. For me, I'm someone who's a staunch believer in the ability of technology to solve every single problem that's available in the world. Trust me, I believe that ultimately we are going to apply technology and tackle everything that plagues us as a human race. But that's still a long way to go in the future. But from where we are now, we just need to be able to take advantage of the technology we have available. We have, like I keep talking about, we have data, we have insight, we have information that should be available to us from all the data that we have collated. If the data just exists in a really digital format and in such a way that it's available to the individuals, as executives should have business intelligence reports that they wake up to every morning and tells you exactly how you are more profitable today than you were yesterday. and tell you that the product that you launched 3 months ago is something that you need to shut down because it's closing down your bank, or telling you that the level of liquidity that you have available has been thinning because of the particular customer segment that you're targeting. I'm saying all these things are available today. It's left for financial institutions to take advantage of the technology that is, everywhere. But of course, beginning with what you have at the back end, being able to integrate and partner and collaborate with technology that is out there as it speaks. And of course, again, no matter how savvy how tech-savvy customers are becoming, financial institutions are tasked with the responsibility of staying ahead of that pack. And you would find that the truth is, they're just being the driver of technology is what it takes. And what I found is if you have the mindset of keeping abreast with technology, then you stand the chance of being left behind. The question is, are you the one that is at the forefront of that technology? And what do you need to do to change your mindset to be that way? Over the last over 10 years, everybody would notice that Google search has, the figures are 94% of the market share in search. And of course, who you ask and what the response you get depends on whether or not you've added China to that list. But ultimately, with what has been released recently, you would find that even Google has been threatened because of the fact that Microsoft had an investment into something for the last couple of years that is threatening that market share, that huge volume of transactions that has been responsible for the dominance of Google over the past couple of years already being threatened just by the fact that they didn't move fast enough. You would remember also that even the engagements in OpenAI started from some of the investment that Google themselves, started off with DeepMind a couple of years back, and there was just a lot more focus on growing that technology to the point where it has now started to create a position whereby Microsoft might start to lead that market within the next couple of years. And that's exactly what technology does. You wake up one morning and your market share is probably gone because you slept just a little bit too much. But then there's technology that is available now, and I'm happy these conversations are happening across the continent. I'm happy we are having these meetings, these sessions, these engagements to discuss and talk about what we need to be doing now, what are we already late doing to make sure we are adopting this technology before it consumes us all. And of course, security. Security. Everybody talks about it a lot. And the conversation about what is really being done around it may not be as much as what is being talked about. And I'm happy that a lot of regulators are putting things in place, setting the type of standards that are required to make sure this is done. But then again, what you find is that the mistake a lot of the time that is made is that financial institutions, microfinance especially, are either trying to do everything themselves or they are just neglecting those conversations. But the truth is that there are institutions that are at the forefront of these conversations. Even Core, as a software company, has done its best to outsource what we feel is we are not the best at to who is the best at. So conversations around hardware, conversations around security, we engage the providers directly. We engage Microsoft, we engage FortiGate, we get ourselves certified, we have the conversations with the PCI DSS guys anytime they come in about beyond the certificate. What are the trends? What are the things we need to be doing and preparing? And how also we consider the fact that all the certifications we need to put in place are there are one of the key things that we try to keep relevant from a security perspective. But this shouldn't just be happening with us as core. Financial institutions need to be aware of that. But the truth is, if you, for example, outsource your technology, outsourced your core to providers like Core, just outsource your core banking platform to a provider like Core that provides the technology that makes that happen, then it's easier for you to sleep at night. You can focus on your processes. So my recommendation for financial institutions is get reliable back-end service providers, and then get consultants to work with you on your processes, and that will go a long way into covering you in preparation for whatever is supposed to happen or not happen. And then I think it's just straightforward to point out that if you're able to do all the things we've talked about here before, you can start to really expect growth in margins and start to have a really enjoyable experience as a business. Like I keep always saying, whenever I find challenges, I look around and figure out whether there's technology that can solve it, and if not, do I need to make investments in that technology, and ultimately would have a better experience as financial institutions. And I think at this point it's worthwhile to just introduce the platform that I've been talking about that doing a lot of this. It's called Bank One, delivered by a company called Core. Some of you may know the company as AppZone before the rebrand, and we've been able to provide a platform that is a lot of institutions are taking advantage of to leapfrog the competition and stay relevant in the wake of technology as it's advancing and creating different levels of competition. Again, one thing to point out is what we've always done is we're, of course, homegrown, we're purely African. Every line of code of what we do was built in our offices in Lagos, Nigeria, and we've been able to really deploy a proper shared core banking platform across different countries, different markets on the continent, and prove that it works. I've seen a couple of other attempts at really making this happen, and I think that if we do our research, we'll find out that the way the Bank One platform has been done and set up mostly by the private sector, us actually. If you check a lot of initiatives that are similar around shared core banking platforms across the continent and even across the world, you will find that a lot of them have been championed by governments. They've been championed by central banks. They've been championed in such a way that there can be allocations around subsidy and make it affordable. Interestingly, we've been able to do that just by providing a proper business model that works, and over the years we've been able to really make that happen. And like I said, we're very open to having a lot of these conversations with different interested parties to see how we can replicate this across the continent. Again, we started this a couple of years ago, about 15 years, and we started as a cloud-native core banking service provider. What you will find is a lot of the other providers who are pushing core banking platforms today have had to move their technology, legacy as it were, to the cloud. Luckily for us, we began around the time cloud computing was starting off to become a thing. We saw what that future and what that value was, and we built everything we built from ground up, right from right from the onset as a cloud-native core banking platform. And what we've done is, that allows it to be modern, cloud-native, secure, and truly African. And some of the things why we've also been able to make some of the traction we've made is because of the way we deliver the service. We've been able to deliver it in such a way that implementation is really, really it's reliable. It's predictable. What you will find a lot of the time is when we try to implement core banking platforms that were built in the West, that were built in Europe and other places, what you'll find is that because those workflows, those systems are different from ours, when you try to implement them here, you can actually say thing is live in 2 months, But in the real sense, the real implementation of that service would drag on for 18 months to 2 years because of the customizations required to make it really fit for purpose and work. What we have done is to build it, because we built it from day one as Africans and investigated the actual processes that work and be able to get that feedback. We've been able to provide a platform that works from scratch with really, really little or no customizations. What we've noticed right now is when we deploy to new countries, the real thing we need to do is customize the reports that the regulator within that market needs. Everything else, we've covered all the use cases. And so just to point out, one of the reasons why it has worked this way is because we are also one of the only platforms that provide a single instance cloud banking platform. What that means is that on the same platform, every single institution's custom flows and expectations work the way they want it to work. So what we found out now is anytime a new customer comes on board the platform and they say they want this to work this way, there is already a configuration that works for you. So when we implement you, we configure you, there's no big deal around it. Reliably, our implementers complete internationally because of travel and all that and logistics, 6 to 8 weeks. Within Nigeria, implementations take less than 4 weeks to complete. And this is something that will also encourage you to do your diligence, do your research, and figure out exactly how it's working within the countries that it is. Of course, what we've been able to do, we are able to reduce the total cost of ownership, because a lot of the time, financial institutions, when they engage with other models of software provision, what you will find is that you would acquire hardware, you would acquire technical resource, you would go through doing the implementation, you would probably also start to do integrations with third-party providers to give you a really 360-degree banking experience. The model we've been able to run on the shared banking platform like we are having now makes it really possible for financial institutions and microfinance institutions to basically render a core banking service, or already utilize the core banking service from a purely pay-as-you-use subscription basis. So you leave the concerns about hardware to us, leave the concerns about API integrations and all to us, leave the conversations about security and some of all the other things to us, and you're able to just pay as you use, work on the platform, and focus on what you are good at, the business, while we partner together to deliver that really amazing experience. Like I said, over 400 microfinance institutions in over 4 countries today, utilizing it this way. And then something I've also tried to point out earlier in the other conversations I have with clients is, look, I really need microfinance to function as a bank, and leave the technology to the technology providers. It's not very helpful to have on-premise platforms that you need to hire robust, heavy engineering or tech department to manage. You should leave that to the experts, and you be the best at what you're expert at and deliver that platform. So we are able to really significantly reduce your technology engagement, technology conversations, while we do what we are also very good at. Of course, that increases your efficiency significantly. We've done a lot of the math for institutions we're already providing services for, and we can see that this is a very interesting start. And ultimately, profitability is also proliferated year on year once you render services in a model like we have discussed. Now, I guess the question is if you feel interested, if you feel excited about what we've been talking about, if you feel you want to know more, I mean, there are things to do. That's one of the reasons why we're here. That's the whole purpose of a forum such as this. We need to engage a little bit more. Would love, love, love to hear your questions. Would love to have conversations about how we can service your specific niche. What are you thinking about security? What are you thinking about API engagements, platforms, partnerships, fintechs, and the services, digital services that are rolling out in hoops and droves within the next couple of years and months. We really want to have that conversation. Our stand is over there. Please take our time to have that conversation with us at the core stand. Let's talk a little bit more about Microfinance, talk a little bit more about technology. They go ahead and do more of the research, right? I mean, don't take my word for it. Don't take Core's word for it. Check out how it's working. If you need to travel to different countries where it's been done, go ahead, visit the clientele, have those conversations. I mean, regulators, consultants, service providers, I guess a lot of that should be done in next couple of years to make sure that we are doing the best for the continent. Of course, the due diligence on our clients is part of what will be done as part of that research to really provide the understanding about the way it is really functioning and delivering. Something that would be interesting to point out is that the platform that we've created and we've built is one that we are enhancing by involving more fintechs who have interesting niches they want to deliver. So because our API gateways are public, our API endpoints are very available to individuals who want to build platforms and connect to it to create even extra offerings for financial institutions and have sandboxes to test those services. We were able to launch that even long before even the central bank in Nigeria created open banking regulations and guidelines. So that's available. We're also encouraging fintechs to have these conversations with us. Let's build an ecosystem that is fully automated, fully connected, and really delivering proper service to the other sectors of the economy that we also manage. That we also enjoy. We all know that the financial sector is just like the bedrock of the entire economy, because for every service you render, every service you enjoy, you have to pay for it. And the more efficient the financial sector is, we are creating a really powerful African economy. And I really think that we should have a lot more of this conversation, because even the microfinance sector is at the rock, or the bedrock of what this efficiency is, because a lot of the low income earners have their services very well linked to the microfinance sector. So, I mean, our contacts are available here. I want to believe that this presentation will be shared across to everybody who would like to be engaged, would like to talk more. We can set up conversations, demonstrations about how the platform really does what we say it does. And then ultimately, we expect that doing all this, you can become what we've always wanted for you, which is become digital first at the core of your business. So please feel free, take down what you can see on your screen, contact details, website links, phone numbers, reach out, and let's talk much, much more. Thank you very much. Questions? Should I? So, I mean, I think I'll just be here. If there are questions, let me quickly take them before we probably engage more at the stand.
Yeah, thank you.
My name is Delphine. I come from a Central Bank of Rwanda, specifically in Microfinance Supervision Department. You have presented about challenges that are in microfinance sector. Among others, you mentioned yes, of course, lack of technology, manual operations, and also high non-performing loans, even ratio, I can say it. And this lead to low income, as you mentioned. Subsequently, we know the low income led to low capacity of microfinance institutions. And now you tell us that you have a very good core banking system, Bank One. And now I'm asking you, what do you plan to motivate or as incentive to microfinance institutions to have access to your core banking system? I mean, in terms of discount, for instance, as you know, they have low financial capacity. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that question. It's an interesting one. To be very honest, I identify with that. We've been thinking very much about how best to make some of these services available across the continent. And I think that just even by what we have already done, it should give you a sense that we are thinking about how to make technology affordable for that sector, right? We perpetually do comparison with other platforms to see, you know, the cost advantage or the cost benefit analysis for utilizing the platform such as this. The thing that I can say about how we are going to support microfinance institutions on the continent is this. We like to think that because institutions always have a concern around platforms that have not been utilized within their specific country, what we've done is to create an opportunity for first movers in each country to have really significant discounts. Like if you're one of the first 5 or even actually 10 institutions within your country, we already have an opportunity to work with you towards understanding what your concerns are and how best to deploy it to you, even on a POC basis, or at a point where you can have discounts for the first couple of years so that you can be the reference client to the rest of that market. We are very open to such conversations. We're also very open to central banks to have more conversation about how we can have a group-based discount for all the financial institutions that exist within that particular country. I will definitely be meeting you, madam, to have more conversation about that, and I'm really hoping that we can have more and more conversation from regulatory standpoints about how to create group-wide. I mean, the engagement around doing the diligence, the research, and figuring out whether this is really the best thing for the market can be done once if we have conversations around the regulatory level to make that happen. I'm really hoping that we can have some more of those conversations. Okay.
Yes. Data remain the most critical and most challenging element of new core banking systems acquirements. What is your advice on, or according to you, the best strategy to ensure migration remains effective, people keep data integrity, when migrating either from poor performing legacy system to new one, or totally pure manual system to pure manual operations to the new core banking system, how to handle, what is your advice on how to, on the best way to ensure the most effective data migration.
All right, thank you so much. So the thing about data migration is that with everything else, it just gets better with technology. I think it's the responsibility really of your new provider to make sure that the data that is moved the integrity is intact. Something that we have done is to just, if you're coming from another provider, what we normally do is give you the templates on how we expect the data to be. Every now and then you may have challenges because some of them do not really keep very good records of the data. And what we're able to do is work very closely with you in cleaning out the data that exists on your platform. But we're also able to use technology to verify and vet that data as it's coming in. So even as you are churning it out, our technology is running through it and spotting out holes, things that do not make sense, there are inconsistencies and incongruencies that are existing in what you're giving to us, and we're having a very solid engagement at the data migration point. I can assure you, having done over 500 data migrations, that we have it locked down and we make sure that it works. And that's one of the reasons why our implementation period is really short, because we get that sorted out very early on in the conversations. Okay, I'm actually told I'm out of time. Please, you can bring your questions to the stand. We would be happy to talk a lot more and give you all the information you need. Thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate this.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mudiaga. Did we have any more questions for him? No more questions for him? All right, thank you. So before we proceed, I would like to remind you once again that later on during the day, we'll be having a guest of honor attending this conference, and that is the Minister of ICT and Innovation. So I urge you all to stick around as we look forward to her participation in this conference. All right, so I hope we're good. Tumezeneza. Are we all right? Est-ce qu'il y a quelqu'un ici qui veut poser une question to our presenter or me, myself, anything, any queries, any issue, anything? Are we good? Tuko poa wa Kenya hapa, mpo ama mmesinzia? Watu wanaongea Kiswahili. Mbona siwaoni? Tunyoshe mikono. Waswahili, tuko wangapi hapa? Oh, kuna Mswahili mwingine pale nyuma. Umetoka Kenya? Kenya ama Tanzania? None of the two? All right, so ladies and gentlemen, time is not on our side. We have one more presentation, then we'll go for lunch, and then we'll come back for more exciting activities for this event. So join me as I welcome the next presentation that will be conducted by Mr. Rajan M. Shah, the CEO and MD of Vermati Software and Telecommunications India, Vermati. Yes, so he will be doing a presentation on his company. He did this yesterday, but this is like a continuation and a conclusion to his presentation. So may we all please clap for him as he walks up to the stage.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Normally they say there is an advantage associated with being first movers, but yesterday we suffered a bit disadvantage when there was some hassle in the system, because of which we could not go through certain things, and that brings me back to you again here today. Can we have that? Yeah. Thank you. Before I go through some of more slides, I would like to share with you the two questions which were just raised in the previous session, were exactly the points that I wanted to bring out in a different way. My colleague was saying yesterday that why you did not talk about, a lot more new things coming up, etc. I said, look, in these 2 days, their ambitions are going to be whipped and spurred. And they are going to have a feeling of something called acidity. Like when you have limited budgets and you have too much, in front of you on the platter, you feel like the same thing, that what will you be having out of this? What can you afford? So it's a real problem, of most of the participants here, those institutions. And therefore, keep the best way I would suggest is to keep it with a balance of the budgets. It would be a real good thing. There is another thing also, he said today also, and the same thing I had to tell him again today, that look, the real problem for going more digital is to build a platform. The aircraft can take off because there is a airstrip built. Every financial institution should have that built, and that can be done only if your data is in place. Many of the institutions do not have the data properly in place, even to go for a migration. Do you have your systems and procedures in place in terms of all the accounting and other things? NPL you have, but then what you have to look for is actually a software which provides for a greater tools on recovery. That is a real issue, which can enhance your performance or enhance your revenue. And I will only say that yes, at Virmati, we try to be like that, to be most rock bottom, realistic. The whole team is groomed like that. The support team is groomed like that, how to handle these issues which are basic to them. Now coming to a few things that Not on, the one more thing I wanted to convey was that not only the solutions are cloud native, but we as an approach also have native clouds, meaning to say that we have made the arrangements in every country that we work with to have the local arrangement for cloud hosting. Of course, in Rwanda, you already have Amir doing it for you. And if at all anything else is required, that is also possible, for a special reason, if any. So this is one thing that we wanted to convey, This becomes very relevant because the data would remain here as a way of compliance. And second thing will be that it will be cost effective. One more thing we missed yesterday, was that even when you are an MFI, you are working with several groups or several entities which are small businesses on their own. They are themselves, you provide microfinance, but they are themselves micro business entities. And those micro business entities also need solutions, and it would be excellent thing if there can be an end-to-end integration of the business. So we have developed such platforms also where your groups may be like doing dairy business, collecting milk, processing and selling, marketing milk, cotton ginning and processing, or agriculture produce marketing like fruit juice, maybe the produce by itself, like fruits, vegetables, cereals, whatever, or maybe like processing, by way of juice or pulp extraction and so on, or artisans craft selling. These are small examples, but that can be any. We have built more than like 150 such small business lines, okay, with an end-to-end solution thereof. So they could be automated on your platform, common platform, be it whatever, and that can be a mix also. So that means one business, small business group can do 2, 3, 5 such small businesses also. Multiple business lines they can have, they can transact there, they can do everything over there. And at the end of the day, you have a total picture of what they are doing. A consolidated one, an analytical one. So your system becomes a totally complete one, okay, like that. Then one more aspect we missed yesterday was about, okay, how big task we can handle. I gave you some parameters thereof, like doing 500 manual branches, okay, in the last quarter of year 2000. But okay, if I talk in a real some sense of technology, we are handling, say, one big data project for the India's largest bank, and they have 20,000 plus branches. 170,000 plus online users and 800 million customers which are being handled on that. So when it comes to scalability, you can be very sure that the Newton's law will apply. Anything smaller will pass through. Virmati's footprints in Africa means whether what we are doing already or not was not highlighted yesterday. In that, some award-winning clips you might have seen. We have 3 award-winning MFIs in Kenya, 2 leading MFIs also. They are MF banks actually. 2 of them are MFIs also in Kenya, 1 leading SACCO also in Kenya. Likewise, in Rwanda, so there are 2 leading MFIs in Rwanda who are doing on their own. We are doing 1 SACCO on premise. And 5 SACCOs have gone live on Amir's platform, and 6 more are onboarding very shortly in the next quarter. So likewise, we have a leading MFI customer in Zambia, a leading such, these are on microfinance side. We have more than 25 installations in this western and central part of Africa. They include some of the banks also, and some of the development banks also, like that. An important other aspect is we definitely always believe in local support. We have created a team, okay, in Kenya, in Rwanda, Tanzania, Zambia. Every single country that we work, we have local talent groomed, experienced. But another important aspect, in India, we hold a bench strength of 500 Virmati software experienced support team. Meaning to say that in any country that we focus on, if we have to parachute any number of the support team, we can. So no matter what is the size, okay, if you think of doing 50 SACCOs onboarding in a quarter, we are capable to do it. This was, many of you might have noticed it, okay, when visiting our stand. This was our bouquet of products specifically meant for MFI. Does not mean that we have a much larger bouquet of products. But if we have not put them on this platter because, okay, it's time to first focus on this. When an MF will be very happy when MFI grows to become a microfinance bank, and microfinance bank becomes, okay, a regular retail or commercial bank. We are there for that growth delivery. But anything right from back office to front office, BOSA, FOSA, okay, any kind of solutions that you think of, you will find them here. Have a proper look at this, because if you will have any query whether anything is missing, I'll be very happy to address that part. This includes, okay, as we know most of the things about the MFIs in different geographies. This is for SECOs. There is some small difference, okay, between SECOs and MFIs and banks and other entities. The major difference is, as you are aware, that the SECO works with the members and may be limited by their funds also in a way. Microfinance work with their own sources of funds, and it is not linked necessarily to the membership. And therefore, in both cases, the approach differs. So end to end, the solutions take care of the same thing. In most parts of Africa, the most challenging part was always group savings and group lending. I think I'm right on this, right? And our first installation in Africa, 2014 only, was also for the group lending. And 2015 was for the group savings. And all of that, top of the order solutions that time. And that's where, okay, we understand the differences and what you need. But right that time, we had not only mobile banking, but the first thing we had got was the recovery APK for the field officers. Collection and recovery app for them. So that we made sure that they do not have to regret thereafter. So yesterday I said the same. If you have the vision, Virmati has solutions. But keeping in mind that we have no limit to think of what we can have, but we are, at the end of the day, we have to see at our own position in terms of budgets, as well as in terms of your readiness in terms of not the infrastructure. Technology, everything will come, it will be easy to hire, outsource, do anything. If at all it is there, it is your data and your manpower. Are they ready to adopt? Okay, that is I call as a readiness. We are very focused on that part. We are ready to work with any smallest to biggest institution on that ground. Okay, so this is what I had to add, and of course, I would like to really take some questions on that.
Hi, my name is Mr. Jean. I'm coming from Libreville, Gabon, and I've reviewed your presentation since yesterday. My question is the following. I don't think you have any business right now in the west coast of Africa. How could you help companies like us, MFIs like us, that deal with different currencies and different government regulations to move to your service?
Okay. First is, we had a great attraction, I would say kind of a crush when we had the Gabon's, media stories that we heard. And that was really fascinating. and we were thinking when we can go there. So we will be too happy to serve. But one more important thing about the whole of West Africa will be that they are more comfortable on French. There is less of English. But let me tell you, we are plug and play ready on French. So we have a team also to support it on French. We have a team to support if it continues to be English. And we are just waiting, okay, maybe sometime next quarter, we would be addressing on Western Africa. That is, Nigeria, Ghana, and right up to the, west coast, of Africa. Pleasure. Have I responded? Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Grace from Vision Fund Rwanda. I saw part of your presentation something about CRB integration. I know we had such task as a local MFI here in Rwanda, but when I approached some of my colleagues, I think from what we discussed, none of them maybe managed to integrate the core banking system with the CRB. I just wanted to ask if you have already integrated that with maybe one of the local MFIs that you are working with, or maybe what is it they required so that maybe we can learn from it. Thank you.
Thank you. You mean Credit Reference Bureau integration?
Yes.
Okay. Now, let me say that as of today, for more than 15 countries, we have a Credit Reference Bureau's integration live. That includes Rwanda. This has been done already, in the Copedu Microfinance that we work, but it is already done on this AFR platform also. It's a two-way traffic when you talk of Credit Reference Bureau. One is you need to submit your data also to them. That is also there. And you can fetch the data from them when you have to process your loan application. So anytime, all that it needs is a common reference number. So with that reference number, you can call that, we have done that integration also to whatever way you submit the data, the same way you can get the data of other entities, so there is no duplicate or over-lending to any person or entity. And I may add one more thing about, that reminds me, about, as you said, though we are not working in so many countries at this time, but back home, we have, got the complete database of what the different currencies are in the world, more than 100 countries, what are their denominations. And so therefore, that way, it's ready to that extent of localization also. You will not have a problem.
Thank you very much. My name is Tinashe. I'm from Zimbabwe. Since yesterday, I have heard the service providers saying that this technology is very cheap. It's not expensive. And they were also explaining that there's a notion that microfinance institutions and circles think that the technology is expensive. So I would like to know, as a service provider, what have you done in trying to bridge that gap to help microfinance institutions digitalize as well as circles digitalize? Thank you.
Thank you. So technology, whether it's expensive or not, depends on a perception, basically. There is no absolute discovery of price in the market because the product to product, it can differ also. And how much of the back office and other modules that you go for together, it depends on that, the size, of what you are buying at the time. The best way, obviously, is to converge on if you want to save your infrastructure costs, go for a cloud hosting. Is the first immediate way to make a cost-effective digitalization. And the second one will be like, okay, if you have a constraint of budget for any reason compared to the product that you are selecting, okay, then you have to limit your customization requirements to the standard ones. Is a second important aspect, okay, that can help. But the third and most important would be, if like Rwanda has done through Amir, okay, where if common platforms develop, okay, country by country, obviously it's all about standard compliance, standard practices, okay. That platform gives the flexibility also to develop your own products, but it still goes by a lot of standard things. Obviously, okay, as you know, when you go for a mass production kind of a thing, okay, of an item, you get at a very cost-effective way. But if you go for a designer kind of a thing, specific to me, tailor-made, you can say, more and more, obviously that cost could be more unnecessarily. So you should balance that part knowingly, okay, that if the cost effectiveness is your angle, then how to go by this way, okay, of having the economies. This is what comes immediately to me. There may be some more ways which we can explore. Yeah. There is no.
Please, let's clap for him a little louder, please. Thank you so much. It's interesting how the questions just pop up at the last minute. It's like a presenter asks, does anyone have any question? Then it's like nobody has any answers, any questions. But anyway, that shows how willing you all are to engage in this whole conversation. So ladies and gentlemen, we're now going to break off for lunch. I know you've all been waiting for this moment. When we come back, we will proceed with today's program. We have a very exciting lineup of speakers, panel discussion, and a speech from our guest of honor. Our panel discussion this afternoon after lunch will be on policy making. The theme is policymakers considering digitalization. It will be quite an interesting panel discussion, so I wouldn't wish for you people to miss out on it. So make sure to be here on time, back on your seats, so that we can all participate in this panel discussion and all the other activities. So please go ahead and have your lunch, and I will be looking forward to have you all back here shortly. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, it is good to have you all back here at the final phase of this conference. I hope you all got to enjoy your lunch, and I hope you got to enjoy the break, interact with one another. Yeah, so it is nice to have you all back. So let us now proceed with this final phase of this conference. As I mentioned earlier, we have an exciting lineup of talks, keynote speeches. So please get seated, get comfortable, and be ready to be inspired by these talks and discussions. So our very first activity for now will be a panel discussion, a very interesting panel discussion, exploring the role of policymaking in digitalization. So the theme is going to be policymakers considering digitalization. Yeah, I will be calling upon our esteemed panelists up on stage so that they can take up this conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, join me as I welcome Mr. Joshua Okute, the National President of the National Association of Microfinance Banks in Nigeria. May we please clap for him, give him a big round of applause as he walks up to the stage. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Joshua is the National President of the National Association of Microfinance Banks in Nigeria, NAMB. This is the umbrella body of all licensed deposit-taking microfinance institutions, referred to as microfinance banks. As at December 2022, there are 897 microfinance banks as members of the association. Thank you so much for being with us here, sir. Next up, I call upon Dr. Twaine-Manzi up on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, may we please clap for him? Dr. Twaine-Manzi has a PhD in economics, a master's degree in economics and in management and in administrative sciences, all from the University of Texas at Dallas in Texas, USA. He has received training in quantitative competition analysis at the Barcelona Graduate School of Economics and in utility regulation and strategy at the University of Florida. He has over 15 years of combined experience in the retail banking, telecommunications regulation, and in structured finance for greenfield infrastructure projects in Uganda. He is currently the Executive Director Supervision at the Bank of Uganda, a position he has held since March 2018. Thank you so much for joining us in this conversation, sir. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, I call upon Mr. Kwikiriza Jackson to the stage. May we please clap for him as he walks up to the stage. Mr. Jackson Kwikiriza has over 15 years of experience in cooperative development and rural finance, project planning and management, institutional strengthening through training, coaching and technical assistance, as well as governance and leadership. He has worked with different local and international organizations such as IFC, World Bank Group, USAID projects in rural development through financial inclusion and access to finance. He is currently the executive director of AMIR, which is one of the organizers of this event. So before we kick off this conversation, I would like to remind you all that I would like to give a mention to the organization, to the organizers of this conference, that is AMIR and SNG. I would also like to give thanks to our sponsors, that is Vermati and Software Limited, Eclectics, Identity Pass by Premly, Core INC, Access to Finance Rwanda, and DSIK. All right, thank you so much. We can now get started with our panel discussion. All right, thank you so much for being part of this conversation, gentlemen. My very first question is, which policy can most effectively influence tech world and microfinance institutions' collaboration to enhance digitalization of the microfinance sector? It's a general question for all of you, so we would appreciate all of your participation.
Who goes first?
Sorry? I will start off with you, Mr. Jackson.
Yeah, thank you so much. It's an interesting question because, first of all, from the perspective of AMIL, as the organizer of this summit, we were looking at delegates, of course, from the regulation and policy space. Because you cannot talk about digitization without mentioning policy, because at the end of it all, you will not have guiding documents to help you implement your solutions. So when you talk about the policies, probably the panelists will help me. It sounds as if we need to list, but I think I will give a justification why. First and foremost, I think when we talk about digitization, coming up with financial digital solutions, we look at coming up with solutions, but again, look at the implementation. How are you going to implement? And then you're going to implement based on what? So I think, first and foremost, one of the policies that I can talk about here is the policy to do with how are you going to reach out to the end users? Who are the target, what is the target market in this? Are you targeting the members of saving and credit cooperatives? Are you targeting about women using digital services? Are you talking about people with disability, or you're talking about youth? Are you talking about cooperatives and SMEs? So which category are you talking about that is going to be using the digital, the financial digital services? So to me, we need to classify, come up with categorization of the end users or the clients. And then you come up with a policy that will help youth access financial services digitally, that will help women access financial services digitally. But again, we have cooperatives. How are cooperatives going to use the digital channels when they don't have policies guiding them? So we need to classify and come up with strategies to ensure we come up with a policy. Secondly, we know that digitization comes with a challenge. You all know about cybersecurity. So what is the policy that is going to help us to deal with the cyber attacks? Yes, using digital services, that is good, it's okay. But do we have a policy that will help us to ensure the transfer of money, to ensure that the services that are done online in terms of transfer of money, we have a policy that will help us to track what is being implemented. So to me, I think those are some of the policies that we need to again, we have to strike a balance. When we talk about financial services here, we talk about demand and supply. So we have the financial institutions as the supply, and then we have the clients, that is the demand side. So do we have a policy that will help us in terms of digital financial services, but will consider the responsible and inclusive finance? Do we have a policy on that to ensure we comply with client consumer protection principles, the CPPs? Do we have a policy on that? Or we just want to roll out a digital service without looking at the balance between the demand and supply? Diana, that's what I can give now.
Thank you so much for that, Jackson. Dr. Twinemanzi, you can go next.
Yes, thank you, Diana. When it comes to policy, I think I'll just supplement what my colleague here has said. The first one was that when you roll out digital products or apply technology to the provision of a service, there are two major considerations that come into play. One, cybersecurity risks, and two, the risks around the management, safeguarding, and securing of personal data. Because once you digitize, then there are significant amounts of data about the individuals you're serving that you begin to collect. So a policy that secures or ensures that personal information around the financial transactions or the financial services being provided is put in place. The second would be on in applying technology, digital technologies to the provision of these financial services. The next consideration is dealing with a policy around to minimize the information asymmetry between the providers of the services and the consumers of the services. So KYC and identity authentication become extremely important. He was talking about, women and maybe perhaps youth or the disadvantaged. There have got to be very clear means of the way you differentiate between them and identify them. So the second policy would be one that focuses or is focused on ensuring that the process of KYC and the authentication of identity is central to enable the adoption of technologies. Third would be a policy, and I discussed this with someone earlier on today, would be a policy that deals with, again, it's related to information asymmetry, but a policy around addressing. One of the biggest issues we have, not just in Uganda, but I believe on the African continent, is even where you are able to authenticate the identity of the person, assigning a geographical address or having them clearly identified in terms of location is problematic. So a policy around geographical addressing, a policy around the management of cybersecurity risks and the protection of data, and a policy around the information asymmetry that arises between providers of financial services and the consumers of financial services. That's it.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Once again, good afternoon. I find this interesting, digitalization of the microfinance institutions, microfinance banks, and we're looking at it from the Nigerian perspective. Currently, we have 897 microfinance banks. These are banks that are deposit taking. In Nigeria, we have two sets of microfinance institutions. We have those that are deposit taking, that are licensed by the central bank, and they are covered by the Deposit Insurance Corporation. And we have those that are not deposit taking, but that do loans. So both sides are moving into digitalization. Currently, the asset base of the whole sector is about $3.5 billion. So you look at it that $3.5 billion going into or having their operations digitized requires policy, sound and effective policies. So I will address this from two separate angles. One, the service providers. That is the policies of to the service providers. Now, it will be necessary for policymakers, central banks, government to ensure that in getting microfinance banks or institutions to embrace or to invest in digitalization, this must be done with all purposes and intent. For example, in my country, the central bank came up with what is known as a cashless policy. So you go to a bank, there's limit to which cash, the amount of cash you can withdraw. There's a limit to amount of cash you can spend. So it now behoves on all institutions to think outside the box. The traditional small institutions that are thought that, look, what is this digitalization all about? I don't need it. Because of these policies, you now see fintechs, you now see service providers coming to invest in that area. So there must be deliberate policy from government, from central banks, to encourage investment in the digital space. Then also, while you're encouraging investment, there must be some form of incentives. So what policies, for example, if, I've listened to the various presentations here today, and yesterday, wonderful presentations from different service providers. So if you have one of them say they want to invest, say in a country, the question is this: they are bringing their investment, their returns may not be almost immediate, it will take time. What incentives are you giving ABC Limited to bring their technical expertise into that country? Are there tax incentives? Are there incentives on maybe capital gains? All those, these are some of the incentives that should be in form of policy to encourage investment in that area. For the microfinance banks, there must be policy, and thank God my colleagues here mentioned that. There must be policy on responsible banking, responsible finance. We are taking consumers who hitherto are used to traditional method into that space. So there must be spelled out policies on responsible banking and responsible finance. And another policy I will also talk about, which is the big elephant in the room when I'm talking about digitalization, is that dark horse called cyber security. There must be a policy in that regard. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Joshua. My next question goes to Mr. Twinembawazi. Twinemanzi, I'm sorry. We have a very popular name in Rwanda as Twinembawazi, so anyway, my apologies. Sir, in Uganda, cybersecurity issues have been on a rise, not necessarily in the financial sector, but in so many other sectors. How prepared is the microfinance sector for issues like this? I know you mentioned something about cybersecurity, but can you please throw more light on how the microfinance institutions are prepared for issues like this, and how do you convince your clients that they're working with microfinance institutions is safe?
The long and short of it, I don't think MFIs are ready for the risks, specifically the cybersecurity risks related with the business of adopting technology in their business. No, they are not. You look at the governance structure for most microfinances does not seem to take into particular consideration that particular risk. So if you look at the governance structure for the average MFI, whether it's in Rwanda or in Kenya or Uganda, and you look at the board, how many of them have, say, even a board committee dedicated to looking at cybersecurity as a specific risk category? The convention normally is that cybersecurity risk is looked at as a subset of operational risk. Okay? So to that extent, the fact that they have not sat down to pull it out of the broad category of operational risks and look at it and have a focused discussion on it, to me is one of the reasons why I say they're not ready. That's one. Two, dealing with cybersecurity risks comes with a cost. Now, for the MFIs, you have to do a cost-benefit assessment. Are they willing to bear the regulatory burden, and to what extent can they pass it on to their customers? If there is very little room to bear the cost and pass it on to customers to recover it, what they tend to do is, some of them will do is subcontract or perhaps diversify that risk to entities they assume are in a better position to manage the risk. Okay? Yes. But when you diversify risk, the problem is you only get good risk protection or risk cover to the proportionate to the amount of money you're willing to pay. It's like insurance.
Yes.
Okay? When you pay a large insurance premium, presumably the coverage is better. When it's a smaller one, the coverage is smaller. Now, when they diversify the risk and there is no incident, they presume that they are safe. Okay? Yes. But the cybersecurity incidents tend to be what are called Six Sigma events. The probability of the occurrence sometimes is very low, but the impact when they do occur is significantly much larger than the probability of occurrence. Okay? So, because they have not sat down, they have not structured it within their overall governance structure, they are not ready. Now, does it mean that they can't be ready? Yes, they can. But from a regulatory point of view, it means the regulator working with the MFIs, one, first needs to bring it to their attention. Okay, that's one. Two, perhaps, and maybe something I should have mentioned earlier on, is put in place an environment that enables them to share the management of that risk. Because, again, MFIs by their size, and like in Nigeria, he talked about having those which are deposit taking, those which are not. When you have a group of entities in a similar business model, but in some way have managed to pool their resources to address a specific risk, that increases the likelihood of managing that risk.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, next up, my question goes to Mr. Joshua. Nigeria has been known for a very long time to struggle with leadership, and many Nigerians have expressed their concerns in regards to the kind of leaders the country has, and we all know that it's the leaders that are responsible for all these, for the policy making, right? So how has the leadership affected policy making in digitalization in Nigeria?
Okay, thank you. Fortunately, the various policy-making organs in Nigeria For microfinance banks, they are the central bank. Okay, so whatever government wants to do, it's the central bank. Yes, the Deposit Insurance Corporation does their own, policy, but the central bank is the major policy making organ. And in Nigeria, we've had a very stable central bank, and for example, our central bank governor has been there for almost 9 years. He should be seen out his term in the next 1 year. So there has been stability in that regard. And for the microfinance banks in Nigeria, they are well managed under the other financial institutions and supervisions department. So when it comes to policy making, policy implementation, policies, ideas of policy, these have not been an issue. They've not been issues. In Nigeria, we have policies all the time. Policy with respect to money laundering, policy with respect to cyber security. For example, on the cyber security aspect, currently in Nigeria, we have a policy on cyber security. There's a framework for cyber security for all microfinance institutions, banks. There are frameworks for for anti-money laundering and counter-financing of terrorism. So these are policies that are there that the central bank drives, and they see that they are implemented. So we've not had, I think the policy issues with banking is divorced from whatever perceived leadership issues there are, but I don't think there has ever been any problem with that.
Okay, thank you so much. I now open the floor to the audience. Does anyone have any question to ask our speakers? Anyone? Okay, so I had a question for you, but it's okay if you have something to add.
Maybe as they are thinking about what to ask, if allowed, I want to add to what Doctor said, Dr. Twinemanzi. Corrected? Yes. Good. Yeah, what he said, I like discussing with the regulators. When you discuss from a regulation perspective, you really tackle the issue. But I want to add from the association level, because we all contribute in the promotion and strengthening of these sectors, the microfinance sector. The central bank at the regulation level, but the association at another level, a ministry at a policy. Yeah, Dana, when you ask a question and you say, is the microfinance sector ready? On the side of AMIL, the Association of Microfinance Institutions, I will say, I will use the word we. Are we ready? Because you cannot let the institution or the microfinance sector to dive alone. They will not reach there. So you need to, what is the role of the association? What is the role of the regulators, the central bank? What is the role of the policymaker at the ministry level? What is the role of the fintech itself? What is the role of any other development partner? Are we ready to deal with the attacks? Are we ready to come up with the policies? So what I wanted to add is that, yeah, we need to look at this as a collective effort. Collective effort. Because, as you mentioned, they cannot handle the cost. That's why in Rwanda now we have already started a discussion with one of the cybersecurity organizations based in Senegal. We are in discussions to see how we can mobilize the resources so that by the time we reach out to the microfinance sector telling them they have to comply to the cybersecurity issues, already we have a solution at our level as a mean. What do you have? What are you bringing? And then you tell them at least contribute 5% or 10% because 50% has been covered by a development partner. And then we talk about, we discuss with these fintechs that are here. Yes, what are you doing to ensure that microfinance institutions are not affected by the cost, as he was saying, that will eventually be transferred to the end users or the clients? So, Doctor, that's what I wanted to add, is that we need to take this as a collective effort, not talking about microfinance institutions or any other But collectively, we can look for a solution and come up with a very good policy. Over to you, Dana.
Thank you so much. Anything to add on? Or anything to ask?
Yes.
Okay, see, we have a question here.
Thank you. My name is Denise Mrebgaire, and I'm working for DSIK in professionalization, microfinance professionalization team. I'm also a board member of Mutanguha Finance PLC. My question goes to Jackson. Yeah, it's about, I would like to know the role of Amir as Apex institution for the members to go through the process of acquiring a core banking. Why I'm asking that? It's because in the past, I have like a short story. Like 15 years ago, I've been hired from a microfinance institution as a manager. It was working manually, and my board tasked me, the first goal I had to reach is to automate the institution. By the time, my big concern was really to automate the operations I had. And my dream was really to see that in one click, I can have the report, I can, the tellers can make some transfers, and that was all by the time. Like, after 9 months, we were automated, we were very happy with the core banking, but after 3 years, we found out that we need some more modules because we needed to upgrade, to go to another level, to present or to propose some more products to our clients, and we had to change the core banking because the one we had, it was not really, it was so small to be upgraded. So I was thinking, now I think it's even more complicated because even the regulator as National Bank, sometimes they ask for more regulations, which really requires institutions to go to change the core banking. So I was thinking, if I'm a member of Amir and I have really to upgrade, what is the role of Amir? Because I was thinking if I knew before, maybe I would go for a big and good core banking and I wouldn't go through different challenges. Thank you.
Can I go?
Sure.
Yeah, thank you so much, Denise, for asking that question that will help Amir to showcase here what we do in as far as providing technology for our members is concerned. You are asking a very clear question, the role of Amir in helping our members. When we talk about members, we're talking about these institutions, microfinance institutions, to acquire a very good, I add that, a very good core banking system. So the role of Amir is very clear and direct. We already have a resolution from the General Assembly, I think that was General Assembly resolution of 2017, to come up with a department called IT Shared Platform, IT Shared Department. We already have that department at Amir. That department has an obligation of, one, identifying gaps, determining whether there is a gap, whether there is a need in our members to acquire a core banking system vis-a-vis the systems they have. Is there really a need? Are they able to report the central bank? Are they able to provide services to the clients without any challenge? Or they need a robust and multi-tenant service? So once we have determined that there is a need, the following step that we do as Amir and that we have actually done is to identify different fintechs that can address the issues that we have identified. So we look at different fintechs, we call for meetings, they do a demo, sometimes we even give them what we call a proof of concept. And then once we identify and get a solution that is really can address or can help the institutions to provide services, and then what follows, before we discuss with our member, we mobilize resources to ensure that the financial institutions that are not ready financially to acquire that system, then we mobilize resources. It is in that context that we are already implementing a project now with the support from Access to Finance Rwanda, where we are going to automate around 11 by end this year, 11 Nanu Sacco. I think I will not shy away to say that that solution is provided by Virimati. Virimati is around here, one of the sponsors, God. So we mobilize resources. We are working with Access to Finance Rwanda. They are the ones supporting that. You know what? Institutions, we have institutions here that have been using the system for the last 2 years and they are not paying anything. That's the role of our meal. I think we deserve a hand clap. Yes. So, now after that, then we ensure that the entire management, the governance of the institutions, they at least have the right techniques. We train them so that they can be able to work with the vendor to ensure the sustainability, the maintenance is provided. So that's what we do on top of providing regular support going forward. So as we talk, I think I'm happy, Denise, you are in the board of Omutanguha. You know, Amir played a very big role to identify a vendor for Omutanguha, and now they have a very good system. I think they have already gone live. We have helped Muganga Sacco. They have gone live. We are already discussing with other institutions to ensure they have the right solutions. That's why we invited fintechs to come here. We meet and discuss so that when we find a company with at least a solution or a product that is not captured by company X, then we start discussing with them on how we can reach out to our members. I think I answered your question, Dennis.
Thank you so much, Jackson, for your insights. Is there anyone else with a question? I see there's a hand up over there.
All right, thank you. I'm Bashir from DSIK. We've been talking about contextualization, bringing a product that actually fits to the customers. And when it comes to regulation, I think we shouldn't really move far away from that. We should look for regulations that fit a particular market, not every regulation that can work anywhere. So in this sense, what is the role of the microfinance themselves and the consumers in the framework of regulation? That is the very first question. The second question is, we know that when you look at the RegTech framework, you have like different players. You have the regulators, you have the suppliers or the service providers, and you also have the customers themselves. So in this case, what is the best framework that you can use that can seamlessly interconnect these policies to make sure that whatever the policy comes through can easily interconnect with the rest of the policies, because it's one big entity that works on this at the end of the day. So that's the second question. The third question is, we know that sometimes regulation is like a hindrance to innovation. It slows down innovation. So when you create a regulation, at the end of the day, it might either slow down the innovation process, especially for the DFS system providers, or it can speed it up. So my question goes, what are the effects of regulation to innovation in the end? Because we know, like in China, almost every platform, including the super platforms like Alibaba, for example, were brought to the market, they worked, and then they were regulated a little bit later, but when they were there, and they saw that it's something that can work for the market. So those would be my questions. Thank you.
Okay. Sorry, you can take up the question.
Let me start on that last question you asked. On the proverbial contest between innovation and regulation. My personal view, and that's the view at the Central Bank of Uganda, is that regulation should never run ahead of innovation. But on the other hand, in letting innovation lead, regulation shouldn't be too far behind. Think of it this way, as regulation should run in the shadow of innovation, if that makes sense. Now, why is regulation important? Look at what the role of MFIs, or actually financial service providers, do, especially if you are putting at risk the public's money. Because as a central bank was the financial sector regulator, our responsibility and mandate is first and foremost to the depositors or to the savers, that their money is safe. Okay? Innovation is a good thing. But innovation, think of innovation sometimes as a boisterous teenager. You've got to allow the teenager to be themselves and find themselves. But on the other hand, you provide a broad context in which they operate. In Uganda, what we have done is that we've set up a regulatory sandbox where, however outrageous the innovation idea is, you have a semi-controlled environment in which to pilot it and just understand the risks. Because as a regulator, if we understand the risks and you can demonstrate that you have put in place measures or mitigations to deal with those risks, and that you are holding either capital or you have some mechanism to deal with any residual risk, that innovation is fine and it will go through. So it is a misconception, perhaps a misunderstanding, to think that regulation kind of hinders innovation. In some countries, I guess, in some jurisdictions it does, but that's not generally the rule of thumb. The example you gave of China, which for some of us is like a case study, is where you had innovation run unchecked, and at a later point, the regulation, instead of being in the shadows, had been down on the other street. So it's just catching up. Now, sometimes in catching up, regulators tend to be a bit overzealous because perhaps they are seeing risks that the innovators don't. Because remember, as an innovator, what is your focus? Providing a service, turning a profit for your shareholders. As a regulator, I don't have an obligation to generate profits for my shareholder. However, I have an obligation to those who consume the service. It's a very fine balancing act. Then there was another question you asked, the role of the MFIs in their own regulation. The utopia of regulation is self-regulation. That is what we all aim for. As to whether we'll get there in this lifetime or the next, that's another matter. Okay? I think the best way to go about is have a regulator that works very closely with those that they regulate. In Rwanda, you have an association for the MFIs. In Uganda, we have a similar one, but that's mainly focuses on the deposit-taking institutions. Involve them in every time you're coming up with a regulation, have their input, and then so that when the regulation is put in place, there are no surprises. Everyone is aware and sees it coming. So if in response to your question is what is the role of the regulated, in this case the MFIs, is that they should be part and parcel in the design, formulation, and implementation of the policies that are going to govern their conduct. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. I'll take off from where Dr. stopped. So in Nigeria, what the central bank does is for every policy, every framework that will be brought out, they are first exposed to the association, and the association will work with every microfinance bank in the country. So we'll look at, it's called an exposure draft. So we'll look at the draft, and where we are looking at the draft, that is where we'll consider what is the effect of these on the customers. How will this further our customers, or will this be inhibitors to our customers? Then the association, the banks, make up their own position and they forward it to the central bank. Yes, does the central bank take everything that we've suggested? Of course not, because they are still the regulator. They, like Doctor said, they see a lot of things. Theirs is for financial stability and to give succor to the end users of this. But the thing is that we work hand in hand, we get to see what they are doing, and we make our own contribution. And secondly, on self-regulation, the association in Nigeria is the one of our 5 cardinal pillars. The first one is self-regulation. There are a lot of things that we take on even before the central bank comes to bring this up. So I thought I should add that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Joshua. Ladies and gentlemen, we have time for just one more question, then we'll conclude this conversation. Oh, I see 3 hands up. Okay. Yes, you can give the man over there the microphone.
Thank you.
Let's try to make it very quick so that perhaps all the 3 questions can be answered. All right, go ahead.
My name is Samuel Sen. So my question is related to in compliance with the regulation related to financial solutions. I would like to ask if there is anywhere there are institutions in charge of check if the solutions can comply with the regulatory requirement in a certain country. If yes, what about us? If not, why is it not necessary?
Who does your question go to?
Someone who can respond about a panelist.
Okay, who would wish to answer that question?
Maybe Central Bank. I'll get it.
Okay. In the meantime, we can have another person ask the question.
Thank you very much. I would like to understand from your experience, currently microfinance institutions and circles are regulated. So now with this drive of digitalizing microfinance institutions and circles, would that not bring more regulation and more policies? And would that not make microfinance institutions and circles resist the technology? Because they will say probably it's now being over-regulated. We already have this, for example, the softwares, they are coming with data and privacy protection policies. So from your experience, microfinance institutions and circles accepting that, or they are resisting? And if they are resisting, how are you helping them to facilitate the digitalization of microfinance in circles? Thank you.
Thank you. Can you please pass the microphone to the person at the back who has a question to ask?
Thank you. Mine is more a comment to add to what Dr. Twine was talking about when it comes to regulation, innovation. I agree with him in that, regulation is there, and in a way innovation should follow closely, so to speak. Case in point, if you allow me to give an example, sometimes when you go for no objections to central bank where you need to launch a product, they rarely give a blanket approval for all the banks. So each and every person going in there, you have to confirm, validate that you've taken the necessary steps to make sure that the end consumer, which is a customer, is well protected. So it can be one product being launched in case of maybe contactless that was being launched some time back in different countries, but they will never give you a blanket approval. Each and every bank or financial institution has to go in with their specific no objection so that they get that approval. And mine was just to echo what he's saying, and maybe just to conclude is, maybe we need to start moving away from calling them regulators and start calling them collaborators. Thank you. Exactly.
Okay, thank you so much. I think is there any more questions?
Yes. I have a follow-up question. I'm Daniel from Uganda.
Okay.
And my question goes to Dr. Twine. We're seeing a trend where regulators or countries are passing laws where data should really reside in country. And in the effort for MFIs to digitize, there's a trend to keep data in the cloud or where servers are out of the country. I don't know how that would affect the effect and what would be the comment from the regulator. Thank you.
Okay, I think that's it with the questions. We can now let our speakers answer the questions.
Yes, I'll start with the last one. The issue of data residency or data sovereignty. In the case of Uganda, if you look at, I believe it's Section 19 of the Data Protection and Privacy Act, which actually was largely based on the General Data Protection Regulation of the EU. Data residency in Uganda is not necessarily a requirement. All you have to do is, if you come up with an innovation or you have a solution that requires storing of data in the cloud, is that you have to demonstrate that where that data is going to reside has got equal or better data protection, a data protection framework or mechanism, okay? So if you're going to use a cloud, say a cloud service provider like AWS, Amazon Web Services, it is incumbent upon you to demonstrate to the regulator that, look here, that this data is going to be resident in Ireland. Here is the nature of the data protections that they have, and they are equal to or greater than those present in Uganda. In that case, then, there won't be a problem, okay? Only as a regulator, the only question we will ask is that if tomorrow you were to have a problem that potentially has a financial stability implication, how quickly and how easily can we access that data? If you answer those two questions, the innovation is okay. So it's, while some jurisdictions actually are kind of insistent that the data be resident locally, data by its very nature is electrical pulses, on and off, ones and zeros. Okay? It's not something that is portable and physical that you can insist be kept in a room where you can go in occasionally, rub it and touch it and confirm it's there. I think my friend there said, the biggest concern as a regulator is that wherever that data is stored, it's secure. And that as a regulator, should I need or want access to it, I am not going to have a story. Is that the access will be made readily available for me. Then there was the issue of digitization bringing more regulation. Not necessarily. As you digitize, for example, for MFIs, digitization actually has got a downside for MFIs, which I don't think anyone here has actually thought about. Microfinance is one of a basic central part of their model is having a very close relationship with their customers, who tend to be the bottom of the pyramid. Those who are low income, not so financially literate or literate from a digital perspective, and they tend to want to have a personal relation with whom they transact with. Now, when you digitize, you are removing the personal component to the service. Okay? So while you might be worried about regulation, there's an even bigger worry. What if your customers decide that this has become too impersonal? Now my MFI is treating me like a bank. There's no difference. And then, as an MFI, you can't get into competition with the bank because they have got far better, bigger resources and so on and expertise. So that's the first one. But on the digitalization does not necessarily bring more regulation. It just requires that you who is embarking on that digitalization journey, you need to demonstrate not just to the regulator, but also to yourself that you fully understand both the intended and unintended consequences of that choice you make as a business strategy or as a business model. So it's not automatic that you will have more regulation. It's that, but it will become automatic that you become more risk aware. Now, if risk awareness translates into regulation, then unfortunately, yes. There was a question about, I believe it had something to do with financial stability, where sometimes innovation, and one of the reasons why regulators get very involved, is that innovation has a positive side and a negative side. While
those implementing implementing the innovations focus on the positive side. The downside is that it might have a financial stability implication, and allow me to explain. The main business of anyone providing financial services, be it an MFI, commercial bank, is largely about trust and integrity. You trust that you will entrust your money with this person. You trust that it will be available to you when you need it. You trust that the transaction you have with them is confidential and private, and that it will not be shared with the public. Now, if an innovation in terms of improving efficiency has the potential implication of eroding that trust is not just limited or localized to that MFI you're dealing with. That trust tends to be reflected in the wider financial system. We have a very recent example. When Silicon Valley Bank started having issues, customers and its customers and clients, for whatever reason, thought, wrongly or rightly, that the trust they had with the institution had eroded. So what did they do? They withdrew their deposits. Yes, the bank suffered. Unfortunately, there's something in finance, there's something called contagion. So then the public starts asking a question that if that one can suffer, who else has a problem? So in eroding the trust with just one MFI, you can potentially cause a lack of trust or a loss of trust with all other institutions who are not even connected to that MFI. And that's one of the major reasons that you have regulation, that whatever it is that we do as regulators, besides depositors' money or savers' money, one of the biggest role and mandate we have is ensuring that the trust that enables for persons to transact in financial services is not eroded. In other words, that those who conduct themselves in the business of providing financial services or consuming financial services can continue to trust each other, that the transactions we have shall be private, confidential, and that whatever resources are needed shall be applied to, that everyone shall meet their part of the contractual obligation. Thank you.
Panelists, does anyone else have anything to add on to what he has just said, or do you have any answers to the questions that they've asked?
Okay.
But let's make it very brief because
very brief. Okay. So I would like to say that digitalization is not an option. It has come to stay. So the earlier microfinance institutions embrace this and put necessary tools in place to get their customers to come on board better. And I'll end with this. In 2015, I attended, I was at the School of African Microfinance in Mombasa. And one of the plenary sessions, one of the, I think it's from either Zimbabwe or Botswana, I can't remember, but they call him captain. And he told us then, he said, my competitor is not the next MFI beside me. My competitor, the person I'm scared with or I'm scared of most, is the mobile phone. I was like, excuse me, what is this? What is the mobile phone? We are talking about MFIs, banks, talking about mobile phone. He said, I hope one day my customers will request for a loan at 12 midnight, and at 12:02, they will get it delivered to them. I left with so much pessimism. But the question is, 8 years now, is it happening? Is it happening? So digitalization has come to stay. It's not something that is optional. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Jackson, do you have any final remarks as we conclude?
Yeah, just thank you so much, Diana, and the entire congregation for the flow of discussion. and requesting every one of us to take this as a collective effort to ensure that the solutions that we come up with are tailored to the needs and addressing the challenges that the clients face on a daily basis. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Jackson's final remarks bring us to the end of this conversation. I would like to thank you all for your participation and engagement. I would also like to thank the panelists for sharing with us their insights and expertise on policy making and microfinance and digitalization. Mr. Ukute, Dr. Twinemanzi, Mr. Kwikiriza, may we all please give them a big round of applause. Okay, so gentlemen, you can now head back to your seats as we proceed with the next program. Ladies and gentlemen, next up we have another very exciting presentation, a presentation on optimizing loan operations of SACCOs through digital field application, a case of Muhimbili SACCOs Limited in Tanzania. And we have Luciana Niaoke from Murimi, DSIK Tanzania. She's here to carry out this presentation. May we please clap for her as she walks up to the stage. And just to remind you, we're expecting our guest of honor. She is supposed to be here anytime from now, so please anticipate for that. Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here with you today. My name is Luciana Murimi. I'm a consultant at DSIK. I'm based in Tanzania. So a few minutes maybe. Let me wait for the IT team to pull up my slides, please. Okay, very nice. Okay, nice. All right, let's get started. So I'm here to present on optimization of loan operations in SACCOs through digital field applications. My study will be based on Muhimbili SACCOs Limited, that's located in Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. So allow me to align the title of my presentation with what we do as an organization. If I'm to describe our organization in less than 5 words, that will be promoting financial inclusion. Now, how do we do that? We do this through capacity building. We offer financial literacy and financial education through comprehensive training in financial literacy to our partner institutions. We also do MSME finance, institution strengthening, and we also do digitalization activities. Now, we do not do this alone. We do this in partnership with many organizations which are our partners. For example, in Tanzania, we work closely with SCALT. Here in Rwanda, we work closely with AMIR. SCALT is an umbrella organization of SACCOs, as was covered with my colleague earlier today morning. And some of the digitalization activities that we do with SCALT include IT needs assessment. We also do identification and selection of software solutions, and we support the planning and implementation of these solutions. Particularly what I'll be presenting today is a project that we are carrying out with SCALT in Tanzania, and we are doing it we are piloting it at Muhimbili SACCOs. So now throughout the course of today and yesterday, we've been taken through a lot of these. We've had conversations on these topics. We've discovered mobile banking. Sorry, I forgot my slides there. So our work with SCALT, and then now throughout our our stay here for the 2 days. We've been taken through mobile banking. We've had discussions with various providers and stakeholders offering co-banking solutions. We've covered data analytics, artificial intelligence to automate customer service, credit scoring, risk assessment. We've also been taken through many of these. So for me, my part today will be to take you through digital field applications with the goal of how they are used to facilitate the field officers' operations. As discussed, my case study will be based on Muhimbili Saccos Limited, which is based in Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. Now, Muhimbili is an employee-based Saccos that serves employees of Muhimbili National Hospital. We also have Muhimbili Orthopedic Institute, MOI. We have MUHAS, Muhimbili University of Health and Allied Sciences. We have CISA Health Center, and then we have Jakaya Kikwete Cardiac Institute. So these are the health institutions that are part of the of Muhimbili Saccos. We have roughly above 1,000 members, and the project started last year. So as of the start of this project, the loan application process in Muhimbili was semi-manual. By that, I mean some part of it was digitized and then the other part was manual. Looking at the loan application, for example, the very first stage, it was manual. That meant for a member who wanted a loan at Muhimbili, they had to physically visit the institute and request for loan, and then manually fill out the forms requesting the loans, and then from there, the loan application is now entered into the information system of the Saccos. That means we already have two entry points whereby errors can occur, from the point whereby the member is putting in their details to the point whereby the officer has to re-enter that information into the core banking system. We have increased probability of human error. We have costly in terms of time and resources, the time wasted to visit the Saccos, the time wasted between the loan officer uploading that information to the Saccos to the time when the credit decision is made. And we also, in general, we have poor customer experience, just to mention a few of the challenges. Now, what we are talking, just to point out what I'm talking about, this is not just another Saccos back there in my, those which say, we can say maybe they're a little bit behind. We are talking about a Sacco that serves members of the National Referral Hospital in Tanzania. So that's quite a big Saccos, and if this was the case, we can see that as Saccos, we are quite lagging behind when it comes to digitalization. So for Muhimbili, the objective of conducting this project was that it needed to digitalize their clients' data and at the same time to increase the productivity of their loan officers. At the end of my presentation, this is the question that I should have answered for some of us who might not be conversant with what the digital field application I mean when I say that. And at the end of the day, some of us might realize some of our applications that we are using actually fit into the description of digital field applications. So what is a digital field application? So a digital field application is basically any software that can be used, application that can be used by field officers, in this case loan officers, when supporting their operations. This could be member registration, loan applications, and such. By doing so, we make these activities much more effective and efficient. So what we see that is through the digital field application, the loan officer is able now to file an application on behalf of the Saccos member, generate the required templates that are required for further processing in the HR departments, and for example, and can now be able also to generate a schema in this case for compatibility between the digital field application and the particular information system or co-banking system that's being used in the microfinance institution. That's to bring out the point that the digital field application does not cover the whole loan application process. Rather, it initiates the loan origination process, and then after that, we push the data to the co-banking system for further reviewing, processing, and underwriting of the loan application. There's no one specific way of going about this. What we did at Muhimbili is that we decided to develop the application in-house, and then by that it means that we had to go through data collection, identify what was needed at Muhimbili, and through this process we had to be very comprehensive about clearly mapping out the requirements, doing the business process mapping, making sure we are not duplicating any processes, avoiding any redundancies in the existing systems, identifying the optimal way, the optimal processes that need to be digitized, making sure that what we are automating makes sense to us and to the system and to the business, and can in turn make the business more effective rather than doubling on the errors that are occurring. The next thing was to develop, as I've said, this was done in-house, and then finally we are at the piloting, validating the system, making sure it fits the user needs. Now, I've said this is not, it's not a one-size-fits-all. Depending on your organization, you can even opt to go for the commercially available applications that can, if they can meet your requirements. We also see that there are available what do we call open source free software that we can use for mobile data collection, such as Kobo. With the right design of your business processes, actually you can make use of these applications to make your field officers more effective, so that we are not having our loan officers out there in the fields going around with many files and managing a lot of paperwork. Rather, we are having a more effective way of doing this. When it comes to functionality, you can go as robust as you want or as simple as you want. For us, we chose to narrowly focus first on the loan application module for the loan officer. And for that, now our functionalities included issues like user authentication, member registration, user management, filing of the loan applications. You have loan calculations, retrieval and search of the filed loan applications, generation of the required templates. We also have cloud storage for those that need that. And then we have offline and online functionality for the cases whereby the field officers is in an area that's not covered with internet connection. And then we have multi-language for us, especially countries that we are multilingual. As we are doing the piloting, some of the benefits that we are realizing and some that we are keen to assess include capture of more complete and accurate data. That means we are eliminating the 2 points of data collection entry that existed before. Now we validate the data as we put it through the system. We do input control, and as a result, we are also capturing much more richer data in terms of images. And then we have cost benefits such as reduced data entry efforts, reduced stationery, reduced file storage. If you're not there printing all these many forms for loan applications, then definitely you're saving on costs. And then other issues that we are seeing is that increased loan officer productivity, and we are giving him the flexibility to visit our members in there. At the to-go effect of it all, like the loan officer is flexible to visit the members at their respective stations with a very convenient way of filing these loan applications on their behalf. So this reminds me of some of the discussions that we were having yesterday on we need to save the amount of time that we need to bring these services closer to our people and in a much more convenient way. And through such applications, that's what we can actually achieve. Efficient storage of the loan applications, and of course, timely upload of these applications to the SACCO's core banking system. So what we are seeing here is that using a digitized way of doing things instead of the manual paper-based process is proving to be quite beneficial and effective to the SACCOs and to the members and the overall customer satisfaction. However, what we are seeing is that we need to clearly assess our needs as an institution before we can decide that this is what we want, and we weigh the benefits and the costs that we want to incur before we can clearly before we can clearly go into such a project, specifying specifically after realizing that the benefits that you're expecting and the benefits that you've assessed will come out of such an investment will be worth the cost that goes into it. Also to highlight that when we are talking about the cost, let me highlight that we have organizations and stakeholders such as ourselves, DSIK, who are in place to promote financial inclusion. And since we are a non-profit, by doing so, partnering with institutions such as AMIR and SCALT, as I've said, at the end of the day, we end up making the impact of the cost a little bit less for our member institutions. So what are the next steps? So for us at Muhimbili, our next step is basically the self-service module. After that, much more can be done. So I said we chose to not only focus on the loan application process, but much more can be done. And that's dependent on what your organization needs, what you're prioritizing, and what will serve you best. Definitely, yes. So some of the questions that, one of the key questions that always comes up when I do this presentation is, why focus on the basic loan officer module when you can directly go to the self-service module? Allow me to highlight here or to point out that for this project we are piloting at Muhimbili, but moving forward we'll be adding 2 more projects into the 2 more circles into the piloting. And moving forward, it's a solution that we intend for it to be adopted even by the community-based circles. And when we're looking at that now, the issue of digital literacy and issues like smartphone accessibility comes up, and that's where you ask yourself, in as much as we are moving forward digitally, we don't want to leave anyone behind. So we don't want to leave behind some of our members who are relying on this loan officer to file these applications on their behalf. Yes, we can have a digitalized, more efficient way of doing it, but let's make it such that as we are moving forward, we are also including all these other people and not leaving them behind, as that's the point of financial inclusion. So that has been my presentation. I've kept it very short and sweet. Leaving you with a quote that I won from one of the geniuses of our time. The first rule of any technology used in a business is that automation applied to an efficient operation will magnify the efficiency. The second rule is automation applied to an efficient operation will magnify its inefficiency. Thank you very much, unless you have questions.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we wait for the arrival of our guest of honor, does anyone have any question for the presenter? Looks like there's no questions. All right, thank you so much, Luciana, for your wonderful presentation. May we please give another round of applause? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, so we are approaching the end of this summit, but we cannot conclude before we get the final remarks from our guest of honor. She's expected to arrive here anytime soon. In the meantime, I would like to open the floor to anyone who has any interesting story to share in regards to microfinance technology. Anyone that would like to use this opportunity to create some sort of exposure to his or her company or organization. Is anyone interested? Anyone who'd like to come up and talk to us on what they have been working on lately in the finance and tech field? Okay, looks like there's nobody. All right. Okay, looks like we have someone. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us. May we please clap for him as he walks up to the stage.
Good evening. I think I'm filling the time between the arrival of the Honorable Minister and yourself. My name is Guru Murthy. I represent a company called Processware Systems. We provide software solutions to financial services industry across the world. We have been working with many microfinance institutions and SACCOs across. And many of the digital solutions, I have heard multiple speakers speak yesterday and today about their experiences with these digital solutions. I think the expectation from both the sides, whether it is MFI or SACCO and the service provider, if those expectations are in line, I think the project will definitely be a success, right? So it takes both the parties to have a successful implementation. I just want to use a case study here. We implemented at a very large microfinance institution in Myanmar. We have over 200 agents who do agent banking there, going doorstep services to their customers. This institution serves around 300,000 customers across 32 branches. And they have been using our solution from the past 7 years and been able to grow over the last 7 years to be the second largest microfinance institutions in that country. So definitely digital technologies will help you acquire new customers. The second thing I just wanted to point out is, you might have all observed the younger generation today do not believe in spending a lot of time going to the bank or sitting in a financial institution. They would like all those services to be provided on the phone. So just like they order a taxi or a food on the phone, they want financial services to be provided on the phone. So there is a distinct change of expectation from the younger generation, from the banks or other financial institutions. And I'm sure most of you are traditional bankers. You know that unless younger customers comes into your customer base, the survival of the organization itself will be at stake. Because if you map the financial needs of a person across their life cycle, the younger the person is, the more financial need he or she has. Right? They have more aspirations to buy a vehicle, they want to buy a house, they want to get married, so on and so forth. So that is where a financial institution come into picture in terms of bridging the gap between their income, which is traditionally low since they have just started in their career, but the aspirations are so high. So in order for you to capture that younger section of the population, it is critical for all financial institutions to be ahead of others in terms of digital adoption. So when the expectations of these younger generations, popularly we call them as the millennials and the Gen Z population, they are the ones who will drive this growth of other sectors. So if you don't provide those solutions on the phone, somebody else will do that. So that might result in you losing your customer base or a significant reduction in your customer base. So I'm sure most of you have already heard many of the speakers here from yesterday and today talk about digitalization and the benefits of it. I'm told that there is still a large number of SACCOs and MFIs who are yet to embrace digital technology in Rwanda. So these deliberations might have helped you come to a conclusion in terms of adoption of technologies. And technology per se will definitely help the organization improve the process. It is not just the technology for the technology's sake, but the business processes optimally gets benefited. The previous speaker just now, she mentioned about using digital financial application for loan processing on the mobile. So I'm sure during that implementation, they have optimized the process so that at the end, the customer gets benefited. So thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, the CEO of Processware Systems. May we please give him another round of applause? All right, so I would like to take this opportunity to acknowledge once again our sponsors. We have Vermati and Software Limited, we have Eclectics, Identity Pass by Prembly, Core INC, Access to Finance Rwanda, we have CAGE CFI, we have MasterCard Foundation Fund for Rural Prosperity, we have Processware Systems, we have DSIK, we have Real Pay Limited, and last but not least, we have Pesa Choice. All right, so we're still waiting for the arrival of Honorable Minister of ICT and Innovation. We expect her to arrive here anytime.
Bonjour tout le monde. Moi, je réponds au nom d'Arnaud Barawanelana. Je suis de la DSIK. Je travaille en tant que conseiller en éducation finance digitale. Alors, pour le moment, on voudrait vous présenter notre plateforme qu'on a mis en place, qui s'appelle MENIA. Alors, si vous me le permettez, alors je vais vous inviter à cliquer dans vos téléphones, voir le site menia.bi, où vous allez trouver toutes les informations concernant les produits et les services des microfinances au Burundi. Alors, la plateforme a été créée pour la protection des consommateurs, pour la transparence dans le secteur de la microfinance. Alors, on a voulu mettre en place cette plateforme où tous les clients permanents et potentiels pouvaient se connecter et voir les produits et les services de microfinance, consulter les différents taux, comparer et aussi calculer, planifier leurs crédits et aussi leurs épargnes. Alors, premièrement, je pense que vous pouvez nous mettre sur la page d'accueil, s'il vous plaît. OK, ça c'est notre plateforme, ça s'appelle menia.bi. C'est la page d'accueil où vous allez trouver les différentes pages comme si vous voulez comparer par exemple les différents produits des différentes microfinances. Vous allez trouver la seconde page où vous pouvez calculer votre épargne. Vous pouvez aussi calculer et planifier votre crédit. Et aussi, nous avons l'autre page qui est la page Apprendre, où nous avons des différents sujets sur les différents thèmes en finance, où nous avons des experts qui sont là pour développer les différents sujets. Et la dernière page où vous allez trouver nos partenaires qui sont le RIM, le réseau des institutions de microfinance, et l'Université du Burundi. Et aussi la dernière page où vous pouvez demander les différentes questions sur notre page. Et vous trouverez, il y a aussi des différentes FAQs qui sont là. Vous pouvez trouver les différentes réponses qui sont déjà là. Et s'il y a une question que vous voulez poser qui n'est pas là, vous pouvez la poser et l'administrateur, qui est moi-même, je peux vous répondre. Alors, premièrement, sur la page comparée, alors cette page, alors on va trouver les différents produits qui sont là. Ce sont les différents produits que les gens aiment demander dans les institutions de microfinance. Nous avons sélectionné 10 produits, le découvert, ligne de crédit, tout ça. Alors, si c'est différents crédits, alors vous trouvez, par exemple, le produit que vous voulez. Par exemple, si vous voulez en découvert, alors si vous voulez en découvert, alors vous allez vous identifier. Par exemple, vous dites, je vais entrer comme un individu, je vais entrer comme un groupe, ou je vais entrer comme une entreprise. Alors, vous pouvez entrer comme un individu d'abord. Individu, oui. Alors, si vous êtes à Gitega, dans une localité, je ne sais pas si vous connaissez le Burundi, il y a les différentes provinces qui sont là. Alors vous dites, moi je suis à Bujumbura Mairie par exemple, c'est un exemple qu'on donne. Si je suis à Bujumbura Mairie, alors je vais trouver les différentes microfinances qui offrent ce produit. Alors nous avons alors sur la page les différentes microfinances qui offrent le produit de découvert. You see there, you can, alors vous voyez directement, alors toutes les microfinances qui offrent le produit de découvert dans la mairie de Bujumbura. Alors par là, alors vous avez les différents taux qui sont là. Donc vous avez alors le droit de choisir, de dire si la microfinance telle donne sur un taux de 3%, si la microfinance telle donne sur un taux de 5%. Alors, mais ce n'est pas ça qui va te donner les informations, mais il y a d'autres facultés, il y a d'autres facteurs, par exemple, les frais de dossier, il y a l'assurance, il y a tout ça qui vont vous aider à choisir la microfinance dont vous avez besoin. Là, alors, quelqu'un prend le produit, sachant la microfinance, sachant le produit qui va l'aider par rapport à ses projets. Ça, c'est un exemple pour le produit de découvert. Alors, vous pouvez aller sur l'autre page pour... ce sont les différents produits. Nous avons choisi les 10 produits, par exemple, les crédits agricoles, tout ça. Mais chacun, par rapport à ses projets, choisit le produit qui l'intéresse. Et par après, il va comparer les différentes microfinances qui sont dans sa localité, parce que je ne vais pas prendre une microfinance qui est à Gitega alors que je suis à Bujumbura, non. Alors, ça va me prendre beaucoup de temps pour me diriger à Gitega, trouver la microfinance plutôt. Je cherche la microfinance qui se trouve dans ma localité. Alors, pour l'autre page, vous pouvez y aller sur la page calculer par exemple. Calculate page, please. Calculate, the next page. Alors, sur cette page, nous avons deux fonctionnalités. Il y a l'épargne, il y a aussi le crédit. Alors, pour les deux fonctionnalités, il s'agit pour la planification financière de votre ménage, par exemple. Alors, vous pouvez vous dire, par exemple, si vous avez un projet de 5 millions, disons, dans 2 ans, 3 ans, alors vous pouvez vous dire combien je dois épargner à partir d'aujourd'hui. Alors ici, par exemple, si par rapport à mes dépenses, je trouve que je peux épargner, disons, 100 000 francs par mois, alors je vais mettre 5 000 francs, vous pouvez mettre 100 000. Alors vous dites, j'ai un projet peut-être, si j'épargne 100 000 francs, vous pouvez mettre 100 000 francs. Alors vous dites, durant quelle période, disons que je suis apte d'épargner les 100 000 francs durant une période d'une année, par exemple, ce sont les 12 mois, vous pouvez mettre les 12 mois. Alors vous savez qu'avec l'épargne, il y a toujours un taux, d'intérêt que chaque microfinance peut te donner. Alors vous pouvez mettre le 5% par exemple. Alors si vous mettez les 5%, alors vous pouvez alors aller dans calculer par exemple, vous allez dans calculer, alors vous aurez calculé, vous allez dans calculer, vous avez mis les mois, vous avez mis le taux d'intérêt, alors vous calculez le montant que vous aurez après ces 12 mois par exemple. Alors vous dites, vous allez trouver directement le montant que vous aurez épargné et vous avez le taux d'intérêt qui est là. Et directement, vous trouvez la somme totale de ce que vous aurez après les 12 mois. Alors si on essaie d'aller un peu plus vite, comme je vois que... Alors, l'autre partie, c'est la partie du crédit. Alors, pour le crédit, alors vous pouvez vous dire, j'ai besoin de 5 millions par exemple. Alors, si j'ai 5 millions, alors je voudrais payer cette dette durant une période de 2 ans par exemple. C'est-à-dire 24 mois, vous pouvez aller sur... Alors, si vous allez sur le crédit, oui, vous allez sur le crédit, alors vous trouvez que, par exemple, vous avez pris 5 millions que vous voulez payer, disons, dans 24 mois. Alors, vous verrez sur un taux de 14%, par exemple, alors vous allez trouver directement le montant que vous allez payer mensuellement durant ces 24 mois. Alors, si vous trouvez que le montant est supérieur, par exemple, par rapport à tes dispositions financières mensuelles, alors vous pouvez élargir et dire, au lieu de 12 mois, au lieu de 24 mois, disons 36 mois, alors planifiez tout le temps pour voir que vous serez capable de bien payer votre dette durant une période déterminée. Alors, l'autre page, c'est, comme je l'ai dit, c'est la page pour les articles où nous donnons certains sujets par rapport à la finance, par rapport à l'entrepreneuriat. Nous avons des différents experts qui vont développer ces différents articles. Alors, les jeunes entrepreneurs, aussi les entrepreneurs, aussi des grands entrepreneurs, peuvent se documenter et voir certains success stories ou d'autres sujets qui peuvent les intéresser pour étudier aussi. Il y a aussi certains articles sur l'éducation financière. Tout ça, on peut trouver ça sur cette plateforme. Alors, je voudrais alors vous remercier pour tout le monde qui ont pu alors visiter notre page menia.bi. Et si jamais vous visitez le Burundi, alors vous savez où vous pouvez trouver toutes les informations sur les microfinances du Burundi. Je vous remercie.
Arnaud, merci beaucoup pour votre présentation. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, moving forward, I would now like to acknowledge the presence of our guest of honor, the Minister of ICT and Innovation, Ms. Paula Ingabire Musoni. May we please give her a huge round of applause. So she will be joining us on stage right now to give us her closing speech. And after that, alongside the delegations we have here, she will head over to the exhibition to have a brief interaction with our exhibitors. And actually before that, we have a photo session, then we move over to the exhibition area for some interaction with exhibitors and a little bit of a tour there. So yeah, let's clap for her as she walks up to the stage and to give us her closing remarks.
Good evening, everyone. I think it's probably wasn't the best idea for me to speak at the end because I feel like everyone is ready to leave, but I hope you had a wonderful time over the last 2 days as you went through the various panels and had the ability to interact on various topics. I'm glad that I'm able to join you today for the closing of the Microfinance Tech Summit, and I would like to start by thanking the organizers and the Association of Microfinances in Rwanda, Amir, for one, inviting me to be part of this, but also for bringing together a great group of people that have a shared objective around driving financial inclusion using digital technologies. It's such a commendable and noble cause. I also think these are very timely conversations because as microfinance organizations, you play an instrumental role in providing economic empowerment to millions of people around the world, especially in the developing countries. And as I walked in, I know there was one of you that was doing a presentation on some of the solutions that they have in place, but I'm sure there's a wide range of solutions from lending, credit risk management, agency backing, and circles, as well as how do we digitize them. But I think what is very important for this conversation that is happening at a time as such is the focus on a digital-first approach on how we can, bridge the financial inclusion gap, but also how we can deliver these services much closer, much more cost-effective, and much more easily for our clients. In Africa, microfinance organizations have played a vital role in poverty reduction and economic development, When you look at the World Bank statistics, where we have over 350 million people on the continent that don't have access to formal banking services, and very particularly for sub-Saharan Africa, over 80% of the population is still excluded from the formal financial sector. This lack of financial services makes it difficult for many Africans to start and grow a business, to save for the future, and to invest for themselves and for the communities. And microfinance organizations have really played a very instrumental role in bridging this gap by providing access to financial services to the unbanked population. And today, the statistics we see is that microfinance institutions on the continent are serving over 25 million people and have a loan portfolio of over 8 billion. This was a study that was conducted by ILO, the International Labour Organization, and it further highlighted that microfinance programs in East Africa have reduced poverty by up to 11% over the last few years. Furthermore, the microfinance organization has been super instrumental in promoting entrepreneurship and growing small businesses across the continent. Many of the small businesses are run by women who face significant challenges in accessing traditional financing, and microfinance organizations have particularly been effective in empowering women entrepreneurs by providing them with the much needed access to capital and other resources that they require to start and grow their businesses. If we look at the International Finance Corporation, the study that they've also done, where they show around 60% of that women comprise the microfinance clients in sub-Saharan Africa. And so it's not just this composition, it's also the fact that you're able to create jobs and stimulate inclusive socio-economic growth in the communities across the continent. And I think in addition to promoting economic development, we see a role that you continue to play on the social side, which is around promoting health, education, environmental sustainabilities in the communities that you're serving. And by addressing these social issues, you are helping to create a more stable and resilient communities that can better withstand economic shocks. And today, over the last 2 days, we've been thinking of, discussing and showcasing the different digital solutions that microfinance organizations have embraced, and also the increasing importance that it's providing to the world. I'll not belabor most of the points. I'm sure you've already had these conversations. You already have a shared purpose and objective. But when you look at the increased efficiencies, improved access, reduced costs, and improved data management, really shifting away from the brick and mortar way of doing business, one can only see the benefits of going digital for many of these organizations. But I think what's most important is the enhanced customer experience that digitization brings with that, but also the increased security that we continue to see with the kind of solutions that are being deployed. And so by digitizing these operations, we know that not only are we bridging the gap of those that are formerly excluded from financial services, but we are also able to reach these clients with better services. And I don't want to take a lot of time, as this is really truly at the end of the 2-day conference that you've had here, which I believe has been quite exciting for all of you. But as you continue, as microfinances, as you continue to provide this lifeline to millions of people across the continent, I think our role as governments is to put in place the enabling policies and regulations that are going to allow you to drive your impact even further, reach more people, and create more impact than we have already seen in the formal financial sector. And so really this is our pledge as a government of Rwanda and various governments across the continent to work together to provide a better supportive policy and regulatory environment that allows for us to use digital solutions in bridging this digital financial gap. So I have no doubt that as we come to the close of this, yes, there are challenges, but I think there's that concerted effort on how do we solve for these challenges together, how do we create the right linkages amongst the microfinance industry so that the citizens, your clients, can receive better and enhanced value. So we're looking forward to seeing more of your solutions, supporting them, and working with you to bridge this digital financial inclusion gap. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister, for your wonderful closing remarks. May we please give another warm round of applause? All right, so ladies and gentlemen, we have now officially come to the end of this summit. I would like to thank you all for your wonderful participation. It has been quite an exciting event, an exciting two-day conference. We have managed to tackle a variety of topics, from microfinance in the cloud to women in finance, the impact of technology in Microsoft, especially for women, bridging the gap between the microfinance sector and tech solutions to maximize efficiency in service delivery, and policy making considering digitalization. So please clap for yourselves for participating in all these conversations.